Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is Africa's spring season, specifically 2023, and the action has been wild. Honestly, yesterday, I had to take a break. You know, I had to just sit down. I had to recollect my thoughts. I had to recollect my mind because I lost it for a couple of maps. And coming into today, I expect probably the same is going to happen.
Yep, that's what we signed up for when we said, you know what, let's kickstart the phase 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And I tell you, I am so excited as to what we have in store going into today's games and even tomorrow's games.
Oh, it's going to be spicy, and this is what the teams are going to be bringing us for the African region, and they have really not been disappointing so far. But let's go take a look at the formats and just talk you through what we are busy with at the moment. Of course, we are in the last week, so phase 3, if you want to talk about it that way, and that is going to be the last opportunity for these teams to pick up as many points as they can to secure themselves a slot in the finals. Oh, as we can see, only the top 16 teams get a shot, Crowns. So if you're going to get points, it has to be today. It has to be tomorrow, or we're going to be saying goodbye.
Yep. And I feel like this week is probably the last week you will be seeing 20 teams playing in the PUBG Mobile Pro League, which means when we head into next week, it's going to be all the finals. 3 days of finals, 6 matches per day, where the top teams then will be going to the regional championships. I really cannot wait. And we've got to mention, whatever they play going to the end of this week determines how much head starts they get going into the finals.
Absolutely. And we know the only way they're going to get themselves into the finals is by making sure that they have absolutely fantastic performances today, tomorrow, and pick up as many placement and elimination points. But let's go take a look at the point structure. We know it's had a bit of a change up so far. Just a slight reduction in terms of how impactful those placements are really going to, giving the teams those upper hands. But we know, Crowns, I mean, as low as we take those placements, the teams are just going to find their points with those eliminations.
Yeah, we're seeing it like yesterday, Titans were able to gather 33 points, and in the whole 33 points, they only got 6 from placements. The rest were from elimination. So it just goes to show that sometimes it's not all about the points that you get from finishing, on the placement. It's about the eliminations. You've got to make sure that elimination, overshadows the amount of placements that you're getting.
It's got to happen, right? And we mentioned a little bit of a head start these teams can grab for the finals. Obviously, getting themselves some of those bonus points is actually going to allow them a step ahead of the rest as we head into that next weekend of play. And let's go take a look at how those bonus points are actually allocated. Of course, we know that there's an allocation per every week, and then at the end, who's at the top of the general rankings, and wherever they find themselves, they're going to be able to get them these bonus points.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any teams get towards that 80 points mark that we wanted, but there is actually a chance we'll get a team very, very, very close to that point. But anyway, that being said, the bonus points do trickle down more nicely than the regular point system. So there's not too much of a difference, which means you just have to stay consistent every single week.
Yeah, at least you don't have to worry that if you're not in the top 8, you're going to be getting nothing. That's unfortunately what the placement points have been put forward. But hey, at least the teams get an opportunity to take a trip into the donut shop. But we know bonus points done and dusted. Why is everyone here? What are they playing for? What do they get for all of their hard work and determination as we go through the weeks? But that is, of course, a fantastic share of that prize pool. So let's go take a look at it and start to break it down.
Our prize pool is going to be $60,000 in total, and for the hard work that all of these teams have shown in this league phase, they all get $1,300 for just participating and being, gracing us and stressing themselves for this league phases. But when you go into the finals, that's where you get to get the big boy money, and I'm talking about that top 1 spot where you go home with $5,500. So that is a huge prize pool money to be going home with. And then we trickle down to second place with 3,500, third place with 3,000, fourth place with 2,500, and it continues to go down further and further. And I just keep saying that every time I'm looking at, just how much money you could lose by just, going down or being just a little bit less placements than someone else.
It's wild, but of course, at least they do get that $1,300. And of course, there is $1,000 awarded to our MVP of the tournament, so that's an extra bit of change that they could grab hold. And we have an extra $1,000 on top of everything for the VIKHVND rewards. As we've added VIKHVND back into the swing of things, we know every single week the top 12 teams have an opportunity to try and get a share of that $1,000. We can take a look at how exactly they managed to do that by fighting for those VIKHVND challenges.
Oh, so far so good. No team has shown us that they really want these Vikendi challenges because they don't do all of this in Vikendi. But I already said it. I'm looking forward to this week's Vikendi because I feel like this is the Vikendi, or this will be the Vikendi where teams are more flexible, where teams are more, open to trying new things like holding a crossbow or trying to get an elimination or knockouts with pans.
Yeah, that's going to be the hope. We're going to be staring at some of the teams tomorrow, hoping that they are really going to be fighting and putting their best foot forward for these challenges. Otherwise, I mean, you're just losing out on an opportunity here, man. You're just losing out on a potential $200. What are you doing? But we'll see what the teams are going to be bringing to the stage tomorrow. Hopefully, a lot more action and a lot of chaos with those pans. We really want to see those pans being utilized. But of course, as we know, we've mentioned some of the finals, we've mentioned some of the weeks, but when is it all happening? Let's go take a look at that calendar and just give you a quick rundown of how far we are. Of course, we are on Saturday the 8th, so we know there's only 2 more days of play, including today, before the teams get that all-important break to prepare themselves for the finals.
It's the do or die moment. Okay, maybe tomorrow will be the do or die moment. But today is actually the make or break. Tomorrow or today is actually that make or break where you get to know if a team, or where teams will get to know how or where they stand in terms of general rankings into getting into the finals. Like I said, the finals is going to be next week, 14th, 15th, and 16th of April. So be sure not to miss that one. Go set your calendars, go set your timers down because it's going to be a very hot set of final.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if the last couple of days have been anything to go off of, we know these teams, I don't know, they've been hiding something from us. They have just been keeping a few things under wrap, and now they're going to be bringing it in, and honestly, probably just once again making us lose all of our marbles. But that's okay. That's why we're here. Of course, let's actually go and see what these teams are, who they are, and what groups they have found themselves in for this week. As we know, it keeps shuffling per week. These teams don't get used to anything. They don't get to use. They don't even get used to their groups. I mean, I can't even say get used to. So Crowns, we mentioned a few of these fantastic teams yesterday, but based off of this weekend, who are some of the teams you're going to be staring at today, hoping either for a better performance or just to see what chaos they're going to be bringing to the stage?
I'm looking for a better performance would be from the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. I would also be keeping my eye out on the players there from the Mindway Pawn. I think those are 2 teams that I'm keeping my eye out on going into today and tomorrow's games. But I just have to mention that I like how these teams have actually shown adaptation, right? Going from phase 1 to phase 2. Phase 2, we did not see teams really adapting to the lobby until after like a couple of games, after a couple of days. But like going into this phase, it does look like a lot of these teams are already adapting as quickly as possible. Like the adaptation speed was faster this week.
Absolutely, I would agree that we've already seen all of those changes coming through, and what is still, I think it's something that's I'm not gonna be okay with even ever into next week, is the fact that teams are still willing and able to change their strategy up. They're not hesitating when it comes to that, and that's something I'm really thankful for, because we've seen some teams really having some tough times and really not bringing in the points we know they can bring in. So moving into this week, Mo Esports, got a shout out to them. They've changed up their strategy. They've really gone down to work and brought in a much better performance than what we've seen in the previous weeks. Whether or not that's going to be enough, whether they can pick up enough points today, back tomorrow, I don't know, but that's going to be completely up to them. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the likes of Group A are going to be doing. Of course, we know for some of the first matches and some of the other matches, these teams are going to have to set themselves out. We have a very Erangel heavy day, so we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to capitalize over that Erangel the most. But before we get too far, before we get too excited, we have to give a massive loving shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, and they have been here since the beginning. So you can't sleep on Monster, and you definitely can't sleep when you're on Monster. So that's what these teams are hopefully going to be on. As we move into it, though, we've had a wild week, and I don't think I can quite describe how wild it is, but thankfully we have the overall rankings to do that for me. So let's go and take a look and see how far these teams have managed to pick up these points this week, because Grounds, we know they have been picking up just weird numbers. I mean, the zones have been wild. We've had the teams moving on in. We've had them having to clutch out some really tough situations. And it's no surprise that we already have 3 teams sitting on triple digits.
Yep. 12 matches so far, and they're able to do it. And I'm enjoying the average that I'm seeing from the side of Titan Gaming and Black Hand. To an extent, also Vista Gaming. These teams are averaging about 10 points per game, which is interesting to see. And that just gives you confidence as to how well they've adapted to the lobby and also how well they've adapted to the way the teams actually play. That being said, I'm really looking forward to seeing the back and forth that I wanted to see yesterday between Titan Gaming and Black Hand. Black Hand didn't really show too much of a gameplay until the final games. But Vista Gaming did pull up with a lot of consistency going into yesterday's games.
Which is good to see, right? Especially coming through from day one of this week. We were talking about Black Hand, we were talking about Vista, we were wanting to see who's going to be the team that's going to keep that consistency. And then Vista fell a little bit off in that second day of play when Titans just, came in with a whole different sort of energy. But it's good to see that they managed to bring it back, to get themselves back into the top 3 for this week, and hopefully maybe they could be fighting for that top slot, but they will first have to take on the likes of Black Hand and Titans, who are currently looking like our dominators for this week. And as you mentioned, right, if we have Titans taking the top slot this week, then they will be the first team to take a back-to-back 20 bonus points, which I'm just saying would be pretty wild and very good momentum moving into the finals.
Almost like a back-to-back-to-back bonus points that they'll be getting. But anyway, Wave Esports once again keeping themselves in that top 6 bubble. Very interesting to see the side of Blackjack Esports in 5th position, and I look forward to seeing them actually hold on to this position. Last time we saw Blackjack Esports this high up on the rankings, they started to play not so well, and then they eventually dropped down and didn't even make it into the top 12 to play the VIKHVND games. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're doing. 75 would be the cutoff point for top 8. So let's go over to that second page and see just how many points and how much work these teams need to do. We saw Triple Esports begin to show us that they are ready and they are ready for this lobby. They were able to pick up 39 points yesterday, boosting themselves up the way to 9th position with 73 points overall. And I feel like going into today's games, Triple Esports, I feel like yesterday was probably the awakening of Triple Esports.
I mean, one of those final moments there over towards Miramar with Icy just making it hard for Black Hand to make any sort of move definitely was that wake-up call, I would say. I mean, we know that they are able to bring in these wild games. They picked up a wonderful amount of eliminations yesterday as well. So I just want to see that be a more consistent trend when it comes to Triple Esports. It's great that they're having these explosive games. It's great that they're having these shining moments, but that needs to definitely become more consistent, especially if you move into the finals, because there, if you slip up, even for a couple of matches, and that bonus point just run out, you're not going to be able to catch up to the rest of these competitors. So let's go take a look at the last page. These are the 4 teams this week that have had a little bit of a tough time. They've, needed to bring things a little bit to a close. And, I mean, for Virtual Gaming Squad, Vampires, we know that it was up and down for them yesterday. Obviously, the pressure is more so on Virtual Gaming than anyone else on this page because they are our guardians for the top 16 slot. They're still sitting in 16th on the general rankings, which are the overall rankings here for PUBG Mobile. And for them, they need to make sure that they bring as much of a gap as possible. Otherwise, we could have the like of Smash Team, TIMEOUT, potentially MEA Esports, or Vampires, if they pick up a fantastic set of games today, to actually close that out and steal that slot away from them.
Yeah, I mean, we already started to see a decline from the side of MEA Esports. So I'm going to keep my eye out on MEA Esports today also to see if they would be able to tap into that day 1 and day 2 energy again, or if they've actually run out of fuel. And this is something, and I hope it's not the latter, because MEA Esports is a team that, we've been waiting for them to, perform, but they've not really performed. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to put this out here. The only thing MEA Esports were able to change this week or going into those first 2 days that really helped their gameplay was their drop location, which was something we begged them for 2 weeks to do. So if I thought MEA Esports don't actually make it into the finals, I almost feel like this was an easy fix. They could have done it, but they just decided to, do the changes late.
We know everyone has their own vicinities and unfortunately parameters that are going to be really influencing their play, but we'll have to wait and see what MEA Esports are going to be bringing to the stage. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what these teams have to deal with today. I mentioned a little bit earlier, we have a very Erangel heavy day, and with the zones we had yesterday, with the chaos that was brought over towards Miramar and Erangel, I am still expecting quite a set of chaotic games. But Grant, you got to tell me, what do you think of this Erangel heavy day?
I think Group A, Group D would be happy about the way things would be today because they would end up playing all Erangel games, which means going into today's games, you cannot mess it up. You actually have to find a way to play better and also put up good numbers up on board.
I mean, Erangel is the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, so I'm sure these teams know this map like the back of their hand. And again, I would agree with you. If you have been struggling on Erangel, or this Erangel has been your saving grace, then today, if you're in Group A and Group D, you are going to be salivating at your opportunities to bring in as many points as you possibly can. And this is what we need these teams to do. Like we said, they're not only fighting for the bonus points, they're not only fighting for a slot in that VIKHVND match, they're also fighting for their opportunity in the grand finals. So a lot at stake, make it or break it, as you've said, Crowns. And ultimately, these teams are going to be put through the gauntlet. Everyone has been stepping up so phenomenally. As you mentioned, Mo Esports, they've already made a massive change. They've brought in a much more healthier set of points, which I like to see, a lot of more aggression, which I like to see. Maybe still a little bit of hesitation, and there is, again, still circumstances that are always going to affect that. Unfortunately, with the ping, they have to deal with quite a lot. But we also have a few other teams that have been stepping up to the plate and some who haven't. I mean, I'm still going to be talking about CRYPTICS. It's weird. I don't know. I feel like we're not getting as much focus from them. Not that they're not focusing, but we're not getting to focus on them in game as much as we would in previous matches. We don't see them a lot on the elimination feed. We don't see them a lot on the overall rankings. So they've been a bit quiet for me. I don't know if it's necessarily a warning sign, because we know on the general rankings they're still in top 7. I don't think they're in danger of losing their slot. I just don't know what's going through their minds this week.
Like I said, I don't think anybody understands. We were left confused yesterday, seeing or even on day 2, seeing the amount of splits they were holding. And, with something we've pointed out, whenever they're holding their long splits, it's almost like there is no cover, there is no one watching out for anyone. You're all on your own. You're just a solo playing on your own. Whatever happens to you, happens to you. So CRYPTICS, I really would like to see them not play the way they were playing yesterday. Put up better numbers up on board, because that is what we know them for. We know them to be a team that knows how to play this game well. But seeing them actually hide strats or play this way, I'm very confused. Another team I'm keeping my eye out for this week is RUKH Esports, because we're beginning to see that week 1 RUKH Esports going into this week.
They've had those shining moments, just for 1 or 2 matches, and then they go quiet again. And it is weird to see how they ebb and flow with the matches that we've been going through. I don't know, what is the marker for them. It's not as clear as GREEDYFORKILLS. I mean, we know what they need to do. They just need to wait for the last 2 matches of the day, and that seems to be where they shine. But for teams like RUKH Esports, it's a weird momentum shift that's constantly coming through, because there'll be moments where they are absolutely gunning it, they are the dominating team in the zone, and then they're quiet again. And then we're just sort of left waiting and hoping that they're going to be bringing that energy back.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it, because they're like one team that I've seen not really work on momentum. I mean, we see VISTA gaming, the instance they get the tiniest bit of momentum, they're able to work on that one. We already see them start to frag out, doing the damage, and that is something that we would expect to see from this team. Even the same thing goes for Titan. Once you're watching a map, say Miramar to be very specific, and you see Titan Gaming already up to 7 elims, you already know they're breaking that barrier. They're going to go for as many eliminations as possible. So, we want to see this coming through from all of these other teams. Like RUKH Esports, put up these numbers. Once you do the good games, capitalize on that one, take that confidence into the next game, and do better.
Well, they are sitting on the top 5 in the general rankings. So again, another team that I don't think I'm too stressed about them losing out on their opportunity into the finals. Maybe they're taking it a little bit easier this week. It has been a daunting last couple of weeks, or daunting last couple of matches. So I wouldn't really blame anyone for being tired at this point. But we know there's still 2 more days. There's still 2 more days that these teams are going to be gunning for top slots and gunning for top opportunities. But let's not talk. Let's not waste any more time. Let's just get into the action. And of course, Crowns, you had a bit of a poll running, trying to figure out whose fault it was that we have these flight paths and we have these zones. And I think we've come up to a conclusion that it's not just one of us, but it's all 3 of us to blame.
Yeah, it's the trio. It just had to be the combo, because that's the only explanation that does make sense. We see the water zones when you and DK are casting. We see the same water zones when I and you are casting. I thought it was an S proxy thing, but I think the brutal zones just go over to Crowns. I think I'll take that one. But anyway, playing part today will be taking us all the way from the waters of Military Base all the way to that open fields of Lipovka, or the waters of Lipovka. So it's a very southern-based flight path. It's going to be a little bit of a trouble for teams who like to go up towards that northern side, like CRYPTICS. Oh wait, they're not playing this game, so they'll be happy. Or teams that like to go to, South Jojopo, North Jojopo, like Smash Team would like to go to North Jojopo. That's going to be a lot of trouble for them. So an extent school also a little bit hard to reach. Same thing can be said about RUKH for the World of Battle, because we know they also like to go towards that position. Blackjack Esports would be opting for a secondary drop around the mansion area, and well, here we go again.
Hey. I would say that's about a 60-40 split in terms of land to water. At least it's only on the main island, though, so teams have a pretty clear-cut decision to make in terms of rotations. It's not, again, that 50-50 between main and military base. Yeah, I would agree with you. There is a few potential problems. What I do like, though, which is something that hasn't happened in a while, finally, we have Black Hand playing a match where we actually have a zone that is incorporating Yasnaya Poliana. Not necessarily dead center, but at least they've got a little bit of extra time.
So, in case you guys do not understand what that means, it means the guys there from Black Hand do have a task on their hand, because we did question yesterday what the likes of Blackjack Esports were going to do with that zone when they did not have, Black Hand in the lobby. And we did see Blackjack put up a couple of points up on board, came close to a chicken dinner, but they finished in third. Now that Black Hand is in the lobby and now they have their position with this zone, would they be able to capitalize on this zone the way we would have expected them to? Or is it going to be a situation where they get overcrowded by the teams who were able to play this zone yesterday and show us if they and actually show the side of Black Hand a hard time?
It's going to be an interesting one, that is indeed. We already do see a little bit of a change-up. We're not seeing anyone else going for that Yasnaya Poliana drop. Once again, now the Black Hand is in the lobby and they're making their appearance known. So it's good to see that little bit of respect. A few shots back and forth here between the World of Battle and RUKH, but ultimately RUKH will be moving on in with their Uber duties, picking up their teammates and getting them out of the situation as soon as possible. But potentially rotating a little bit more towards the northern side. They do have time at the moment. I don't expect them to be heading through to Yasnaya, however, but we'll wait and see. Maybe. It could happen. We don't know.
We don't really see RUKH Esports take that early engagement, at least not in this area of the map. We know they'll be driving all the way to Severny, where they would like to drop, get looted up. They're not a team that likes to rotate very early, so they can still take their time, get a couple of loots out there in Severny before they find their way into the circle. But as we've not really gotten predictions in, and I know it's a little too early, probably ask again. But who do you have in mind going into this game?
Oh, first few teams for the day to step on up and showcase what they've got. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna go for a wild card. I might be shot in the foot for this a little bit later on, but TIMEOUT Esports yesterday, they brought in a lovely amount of eliminations. They really had a fantastic game. They had such an impactful match as well to showcase that they need to obviously get as many points as they possibly can. Currently, with their situated placement there over towards the general ranking, they're in 18th, so only 2 placements away from getting themselves a slot in the finals. And yeah, they're one of the 4 teams that we haven't been giving much love to, but they have just as much trouble up ahead of them. So if they can win this one, I think and I hope it's going to be a good start of momentum.
I think I put my money on Black Hand. This just looks like a zone that favors them too much. And the question I posed earlier, I feel like that's a question where Black Hand is ready to answer that, oh yeah, we do know how to play these zones. I would have loved to say Blackjack Esports also with that, but I feel like with Black Hand being in this lobby, it's probably going to be tougher for this idea of Blackjack Esports to try to capitalize on this circle as much as possible. But as we know, the odds of circles repeating themselves in PUBG Mobile is very, very, very low. So we most likely wouldn't be seeing the same zone that we did see yesterday, but it's going to be quite similar, and we'll kind of see how well these teams would play that one. I'll keep my eye out on that southern side of Prison to see if we're going to get that same skirmish we got there between VISTA, the side of Arab Golden, GREEDYFORKILLS, and Titan Gaming. They were all in that area yesterday when we had this type of zone. So I'll keep my eye out on that position to see if we'll be getting that much skirmish in that area of the map.
It was quite a wild cluster to see that many teams taking that fight, but I expect hopefully that we should be seeing a more Western-focused opportunity here for these teams. Obviously, with the rotations, with the flight path, we know it is a very Eastern zone for this first few phases. I will think that they're going to be fighting more towards the outskirts. So, I mean, again, in that situation, teams like TIMEOUT, teams like the Mind Weapon, teams like even Backhand are going to be holding a very good opportunity to potentially gatekeep some of these teams moving in, as they're currently playing on the outskirts of the zone, just over towards, you know, the edge lines. So we'll wait and see. Maybe they can set themselves up quite nicely, pick up some extra eliminations, and maybe our predictions will come true. Who knows? But of course, that zone is starting to close on in, so a few teams now be moving on in. The Mind Weapon, Dalhap, alone, very alone, having to regroup with the team.
I think he's playing the role of scout here, trying to see if he can find a good position in the circle for the team, which is nice. I like the fact that the team is following just behind. They're not too far. They're also in vehicles, which means if anything goes wrong, they most likely will be able to get there just in time. So I keep my eye out on that rotation. I like that coming through from them. They do look to be sending it closer to the center, close that mansion area. And of course they will, because going through the VODs of yesterday's game, Mansion was where Blackjack Esports where they held so many good positions and they were able to get so much information into the circle. So yeah, them going all the way to that Mansion area, nothing too surprising. Love to see that one coming through from there. Rad also getting started on the rotation. See them already inching closer and closer to the circle, center of the circle from that western edge. Enjoying what I'm seeing. GREEDYFORKILLS working with all the space they have out there in Muta Power.
I'm very curious to see what URUS is actually going to do in this situation. One of the only teams that dropped towards Military Base Island. Of course, we know Titans will be holding that eastern bridge, as they do take that farm to Milta rotation generally just by default. So for URUS now, the option is, do we find a boat? Do we try and get ourselves over towards Milta Power? Do we take the risk and drive through that eastern bridge? It's going to be an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see what URUS is going to be focusing on, because of course if you leave vehicles, you're not going to have that momentum or that mobility within the zone, because likely most of the vehicles would have been stolen by now. So you'll have to likely take off a team, take off a few vehicles from them. And for URUS, maybe that is not the play, because we still don't know how this zone is going to be shifting in the next phase.
Yeah, that's one thing we're keeping our mind on. We do already see that zone closing up, trying to condense a little bit, and many of these teams neglecting that northern side of the circle, which is what makes me now want that circle to go all the way to the north. And I think me wanting this is kind of what makes me feel like I'm probably the one at fault for all of these deadly zones that we're getting. As we do see that zone centering up quite nicely, taking off all the water. That's pretty much good news for all of these teams. Now there is more playable area when we go into the circle. There's quite a few compounds that these teams could play. You know, we're looking more of Muta, North Muta being in play now. You can also play around the farm area too. These are places that teams could find themselves situated. And of course, the shelter is there. And I think it should be fun to see a shelter finish. That would be very, very confusing for all of these teams and very, very fun for me to watch.
Absolutely, I think Shelter would be a lot of fun for these teams to now have to suddenly deal with, because we haven't given much love to Shelter. In all honesty, we've seen 1 or 2 skirmishes there, and that's pretty much been it. It'd be fun to have a finish towards that point, and then a lot of levels that these teams have to deal with. Prison, of course, getting a little bit of love at the moment just because of the rotations heading off. You can see TIMEOUT doing the exact same, finding that angle over towards Ra'ad, sending out a couple of shots. Does not look like it's connecting. We'll have to wait and see. Ra'ad still has plenty of rotational pathing they need to actually cover, but now with all the shots headed on through, you can see the players hurting themselves. They are really feeling the pressure that TIMEOUT are putting out here. So, gonna be taking a quick pit stop to get some meds before they try and dash out.
Very confusing rotation coming through from the side of Wave Esports, given that Ra'ad, given that they're one of the first teams to start their rotation. I'd have expected them to have at least more information on what is going on in the circle and not have them running into clusters onto sides like TIMEOUT. And where they stay in currently, this little dip, it's a good position in terms of later phases, but you do not want to be here early on in the game. It doesn't quite work out well. So Ra'ad, I get that you're looking towards the later phases of the game, but you really want to place your focus on, you know, holding more solid positions with more cover. The World of Battle, though, meeting up with the side there of Smash Team out here in the blue zone. Mohammed does seem to be quite alone as the rest of his teammates now start to come up or form close to his position.
Smash Team, got a little bit of shot pull. Hazem moving on in with the vehicle as well for that finish. Is at least going to be finding that one member, and now we know Olex, what are they going to be doing?
Ooh, they're going to be sending it straight into the smokes. They would go down to the vehicle explosion. Wait. Okay. That's us plan. I thought it was the World of Battle that went out, but that's going to be all the best for the side of Smash Team as they're not quite able to put up good numbers going into this first game of the day. And wow, Smash Team, your team we're looking forward to seeing. They're one of those teams that are also on the bottom. And this is one thing this is why I said make or break. Because right now, if Smash Team continues to have bad games like this, they could decide to be that sabotaging factor, because that's one thing I'm looking forward to seeing today. Are we going to start to see sabotaging acts starting today, intentional plays? And with what I'm seeing right now, bad games, that's pretty much what leads to it.
Definitely is. I mean, especially if that gap gets wider and wider, the teams are going to have a much more difficult opportunity to try and close out those opportunities. So, hey, if they start to sabotage, if they start to be that thorn in the side of these teams, all the more fun for us, really, to watch it. Just is unfortunate that they won't be seen in the finals. But we'll see. Still 3 more matches for Smash Team today. Still opportunities ahead. But now we've got to take a look at this zone. My Esports here towards the center. Timeout, of course, as well, joined with the Mind Weapon. You've got a few more stragglers moving on in from that southern position. What's interesting is Blackhand coming through from the north is going to be a fun one, because we've got the World of Battle there over towards the northwest. So there is going to be a little bit of an opportunity there to take some engagements to fight for that northern reach, and then we'll see what these teams will be able to actually gain. Titans, of course, getting ever closer to the shelter, and now URUS and Arab Golden have already tried to hunker down.
Yep, they have decided to go over to that shelter because, I mean, it's a good place to hold getting started. There's a lot of third-party action that could happen out there, but still, it's a good position to hold. Rad running into so many different rotational mistakes, and now they find themselves up against the side of VISTA game. Rami is down as again comes in for that swing up onto the push up onto Abu. DBS would get the first knock, but Kakao going for that jump shots would be able to clean up the side of Raad. And I feel like for Raad, going into this game, they just did not have their rotation in check. It just seemed more like confusion coming through from that team rather than planned rotation.
Now we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, I agree with you. I mean, just the rotations that Rahad have been making, first going through from the timeout, getting stopped there, getting delayed in that position, then now moving on into their finish here. It is going to hurt because they didn't even get an opportunity to get an elimination, unlike Smash teams. So it's going to hurt, but it's going to be a lesson to be learned. Now, the World of Battle here over towards the center. They have a bit of a fun time.
Yep, they're looking to have a little bit of fun, but also another team looking to have fun is RUKH Esports and Blackjack Esports up on that northeastern edge of the circle. We do see RUKH pushing up onto this outskirts of Mansion. Pretty much an area the side of Blackjack would be quite accustomed to. Almost very easy to defend-ish, not very, very smooth to push through. But it does look like RUKH Esports are having plans. You can already see smokes being deployed, grenades being sent back and forth, as RUKH Esports now looking to push in from a general location, trying to isolate Hisk on this push.
And they're doing pretty well, at least for the time being. However, we need that grenade to land. We need that initial knock to come on through. And then RUKH Esports, they have what they need. They have the ammunition to move on in and to get the finish over towards Blackjack Esports. This is at least going to be giving them time. And again, this is what we were asking for. That RUKH Esports from phase number 1 potentially might be back.
Yep, and I love the offensive smokes coming through from RUKH Esports, smoking up every single line of sight for the side of Blackjack Esports, as they now come in for that full send. Still pushing in as a 2-man squad for now. They have the rest of the players just coming in from behind as they hear the shots coming through from Hisk. He's going to go outside, trying to see if he can hold a different angle where he could get covered, but I think RUKH Esports, they have a sheer idea of where that player is as more grenades now start to land towards the location. Full send is here. Rania from the left, looking to find a knock. Hisk would get shot down from the side of the window, but grenades coming in from the side here of Phoenix, trying to see if he can get one knock. Would get two, as the side there of Blackjack Esports looking to go for a turn in tide. Phoenix is going to be in the situation. Zeke trying to see if he can cover from outside, but RUKH Esports now down to a 2-piece, trying to see if they can hold up, and Phoenix trying to look for that thirst as the third-party shots would start to come through.
Oh, I'm loving this back and forth from RUKH Esports, from Blackjack, and obviously this is making a lot of noise. So teams in the vicinity are suddenly starting to feel like there's an opportunity here to pick up some elims. You can see Blackhand moving on in now for the finish. Blackjack Esports still holding on and finding a few thirsts. They want to get the points because they know danger is around the corner.
Yep, they hear the third party, they hear the vehicles forming up from the side of Blackhand, and of course, who else to form up on the northern fight but Blackhand. Esk would fall as Rami now trying to hold down the fort. He has to get that one revive up onto Pusher, but Phoenix's HP dwindling down, has to rely upon the smokes and hope that the side of Blackhand will push up onto that one, but Blackhand still being patient, waiting for an intro knock, waiting for that elimination feed to give them the go-ahead to get started in this fight. But smokes for the defense coming through from RUKH Esports. Plaza is going to be the first in line. We've seen this type of push come through from Blackhand, and it did not work out well for them, so I wonder why they're trying it again. Rami comes in outside, shuts down the operation of Blackjack Esports. Plaza still out here, has to fall back. Oh.
A bit of a weird rotation here for Black Hand. Unfortunately, I guess they just didn't get the information they wanted to. Oh, that was Storm. He's going to go bumper bashing. He's going to find Rook, and at least does find the opportunity to pick up an Elam or two. So it's not too bad. However, now they need to get out of here almost immediately. A lot of this noise, all of this attention has now been put straight onto the side of Black Hand.
And here comes the fight that we've been anticipating. Farokh looking to play the defense onto the side there of Arab Golden as they come in from the top of the hill. On the top of the bunkers here in the shelter. Broly trying to see if he can get a swing from the side. Farokh will fall down to the bottom. Rauf does come through for the support. Gets that knock up onto Broly and an instant flush to go along it. Farokh now down in the bunkers. Trying to see, actually thanking his teammates for pulling up on him very quickly.
It's going to be a tough time here. We've got a few more teams now just dwindling down in terms of the numbers. Already relegated to only 11 teams as we head into this next phase. Black Hand finding MEA Esports as well. A little bit of success onto that front. But of course, we know everyone is gunning for as many eliminations as possible. Mazzaro, what are you doing? Finding triple esports, it looks like VISTA are already reigning high with those 6 eliminations. Now we focus on the rest of MEA Esports, reduced down to only 2, and the full force of Black Hand moving on in for the finish.
I mean, I like the fact that Black Hand have understood that for this lobby, once you have the space, you have so much power. And you can tell that they're so confident about being able to clear up what was going up on that northern side between RUKH Esports and Blackjack. And they know that these are the only 2 teams they would mostly meet up on that north. So we can already see them playing more confidently, trying to find out where the shots are, trying to see if they can come in for a lot of, you know, third-party actions and try to get a couple of eliminations. MEA Esports would be the ones just right in front of them as they're looking to get that engagement started. For the southern zone, would have to force this full set coming through from the side of Black Hand, but a beautiful pre-nade will take down Koa from MEA Esports. Hates trying to see if he can go for that thirst as the third-party shots, cover fire coming through from the side of Black Hand.
Well, this is going to be a fun one. Black Hand, unfortunately, they got a little bit greedy. They thought the coast was clear. It's only a 2v4, right? You cannot discount any of these players or teams. They are ready for the fight. Bum and Hates, though, they still have a lot up ahead of them. But unfortunately, Hates is going to be taken down by a well-placed nade here from Plaza, who's moved on in for the assist. And the rest of Black Hand are there to finally close it out. It was looking a little bit dodgy there, but again, numbers advantage. They just reign on supreme. Now they have a clean line of sight, a clean entry point into this next phase. We still have URUS over here into the bunker, into the shelter, with the VISTA just waiting for an opportunity to pick up more eliminations.
And we've seen VISTA drive around the circle a lot. This is the same thing, the same type of play we saw coming through from them yesterday in the first game. And I like the fact that they figured out that this actually does work out for them. And then they're trying it again, already up to 7 elims. And this time they're able to keep at least 3 players up. So right now at this point, they know VISTA Gaming that if they're able to clear the side of URUS, they're able to get a couple more elimination points up on board, trying to act up on that aggressive prowess. That is what we want to see. And that is a beautiful attitude going into this game.
Absolutely, and again, it's the sort of energy that we've needed, right? We know that they're trying to catch up to Black Hand. We know they're trying to catch up to the likes of Titans. It's not a far off reach, but they do need to put down some serious points to make it happen. Now, Mazzaro, once again, the enemy of everyone in the lobby, finding one. The rest of URUS in danger, but Rauf, just look at this position. He could close this all down.
He could shut down the operation just from the grass, and you can admire the trigger discipline coming through from them. Wait for the rest of the team, but he gets spotted in the grass and down he will go. The rest of VISTA Gaming now looking to form upon the fight. URUS still need to grab that one revive, and I just enjoy the fact that URUS Esports are using this bunker so well. The instant things start to look like they're going south, they fall straight into the bunkers, and they're able to get the, get their HP back up, get a little bit of a reset going on here. But Farokh still on the outside looking for that knock. Sending grenades up to the top. Will not quite find it yet. VISTA still have one revive to process.
We know for URUS, they do not want to get stuck in that shelter because as soon as they lose that entrance, as soon as they lose that exit, then, well, the next phase is going to be a little bit difficult. So they still have to keep this aggression up with VISTA. Thankfully for them, TIMEOUT is reaching across and applying an extra layer of some of that pressure before Titans move on into TIMEOut. So there are multiple battles on multiple fronts, and now TIMEOut need to go up against the Titans if they want to have a shot.
3-piece! A 3-piece grenade from Hazard would throw the side there of Titans into absolute dismay. And the jump shot to come through. Talk about the wonderful play from the side there of TIMEOUT. They ended this with grenades, and that is just wonderful.
This is what we need, right? I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident about my pick now all of a sudden. However, if you want to make me believe, we need to make sure that TIMEOUT stay into this. We are relegated down to only 7 teams. We still have this engagement here from URUS and VISTA Gaming over towards the south. And for now, look at that zone shift. They still have that spacing to work with. Mohammed, unfortunately, the only solo here from the world of battle, will be going down. But they managed to pick up 8 eliminations. So that's going to be a massive set of points they can add to that overall tally.
Someone's made this idea of Black Hand excited because we can already see them gathering a lot of points. Triple Esports still alive in this one. I'm not really seeing them that much on the elimination feed, but I'm keeping my eye out to see just how well they will play this game. They're a team that I'm looking forward to see if they really are awakening the inner Triple Esports that we know. They're currently out here chilling in the library as we established yesterday, but VISTA and URUS still out here on this fight in the bunkers as the zone continues to favor these bunkers. Moment trying to see if he can find a little bit of an angle, but a pre-nade would make him fall as Kakao now gets that memo, gets that information about what is going on, and here comes the full send. More grenades is what the side here of VISTA Gaming are sending. They see all of these revives going through, but that buggy being so much of an obstruction, there is only so much they can do, and they have to continue to spam the dribbles down, but now they're down to just one player. Here comes the full send from URUS. They understood that one, and they played this bunker to the best.
Perfection coming through here from URUS, and it was looking a little bit dangerous because we know they had to move on in, give up that exit point, but thankfully they managed to fight and gain it back. Otherwise, it could have looked real dicey for them into that next rotation. Triple Esports yet still towards the center, keeping it low, keeping it quiet. A lot of enemies in and around the vicinity. The Mind Weapon's still up with 4. We've got Black Hand now moving on in. And as you've mentioned it, already up with 10 eliminations. They are looking dangerous. They are looking aggressive. And now they are taking a wider spread, trying to get some information. We'll have to wait and see if it pays out for them. But unfortunately for Icy, that means that they are in their sights.
I just wanted to say this. Triple Esports since yesterday, we kind of noticed them going into positions where they're forced to play passive, right? Like, they're forced to play passive. They don't frag out as much as we normally would see them do. And I wonder what is going through the minds. But we'll see exactly what they want to achieve with all of these. Maybe this is just their attempts to keep staying at the top of the board, trying not to go out so early. But TIMEOUT playing this compound on the west very well. The Mind Weapon also in a position where, you know, a lot of fragging is not really permitted.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult shutdown here for 2 teams. We've got a lot of vicinity, got a lot of aggression towards the outskirts. You can see the Mind Weapon already trying to reach across to Black Hand so far. Triple Esports just laying low, hoping that all of this noise in the outskirts is going to be covering them. You can see a couple of smokes now being deployed as Black Hand are still trying to find that line of sight on towards URUS, because then they can take out a lot more eliminations and bring in a better counter. That phase is going to be moving on in shortly, and then we will see who's going to get this final zone bless and hopefully get themselves into a better position for the winner and a chicken dinner.
Airdrop dropping onto the side there, but nobody does seem to be paying any attention to it at the moment because I don't think you want to do that. It's out there in the open. But anyway, we just see this idea of Black Hand trying to play more aggressive, and I feel like this is the point where they need to play a little bit quiet, try to gather information, see where players are, because right now, getting those knocks is not going to be the best of plays. But Triple Esports now finally deciding to make a little bit of noise as I see we get that knock up onto Hamoud on the Mind Weapon, pushing them, throwing them off balance a little bit. Just looking for that thirst. Right now, that zone does favor the library. Everyone might have to send it in here.
It'll be a tough time here. Mind Weapon, they're going to be holding a fantastic compound, but as you've mentioned, it's going to be all eyes on them to see who's going to be taking this real estate away from them. And now, an opportunity here for the TIMEOUT team to move on in closer. They still have some of those compounds locked down into this next phase, so they don't have to move on in, unlike the rest. But URUS, however, what sort of positioning, what sort of line do they take? Do they head into Mind Weapon? Do they head into Black Hand? Do they go to the Timeout team? But now Black Hand, are they sending this? Are they actually going to be going for this?
I really would have expected them to send it into the library quite a while ago. Seeing them do it now is a little too late, and they're doing it as solos, not even as a squad, which makes this more, challenging for them. But I guess they had to grab that revival. But the Mind Weapon, they've been waiting and anticipating a push coming through from a team. RUKH would form up onto the fight, but would take a lot of bullets as Smash. Make that Black Hand pushing in from the wrong side of the fence. Pre-fires coming in through, but RUKH would not quite fall. More grenades would be coming through from the Mind Weapon as they're playing this library to their strength.
Black Hand, one way or another, they've managed to get these 3 players up into the headline. Oh, Triple Esports now getting spotted out as Thor's going down. However, for the Mind Weapon, even though they've done some initial damage, they need to get these finishes. They need to get those nades prepped. Otherwise, here we go. Now it's going to be Black Hand to finally have their opportunity to deal the damage.
But this is where it starts to get tricky. Triple Esports is on the outside of this compound, so they could come in for a third party. Icy still out there just chilling. 3 eliminations to their name and more grenades will start to rain onto the side here of the Mind Weapon. One more does get sent in by Koa as Max has to hold it up on the corners. Those more shots will be coming in. The thirst is there. The player behind the buggy stands up, takes a couple of shots. Koa would fall as the rest of Black Hand come in. The double piece coming through from that man, but it's gonna fall, Max. As Black Hand would come in for the cleanup, but here comes where Icy. Is he reading the kill feed? Does he know what is going on? Does he know what just happened in the library?
Doesn't look like they're aware, or at least they're not willing to jump on into that one. They're still snaking it out in the grasses. Triple Esports, not an opportunity now to pick up anything. However, for Black Hand, they still left Storm out in the open to get that information, to keep an eye out with these rotations. URUS, Timeout, still heading and focusing on each other, while we're just sending a few nades out here from Black Hand to see if they get lucky. Maybe a bit of connection. And with all of the noise happening, I don't think URUS are aware that those nades are coming from behind them, not in front of them.
At this point, I really want to know what the side of Black Hand are going to do with this information that they have. Storm is the only person out there. They're not in the zone, and I know that is not something you'd want to force your full squad to push. But it's not a question of how the Black Hand plan to take out the side of URUS. And the same thing can be asked about the side there of Timeout, because Timeout now, they have to make a way into the circle. They still have a little bit of defense as cover, but this is where it becomes tricky getting out of that position. Icy still playing its lane low as Storm will begin to take the shots towards the side here of URUS, but now the zone is going to force him out. He continues to take more shots, but would not find any as Moment looks for the man in the grass.
Storm going to have to drop to the floor. Nades now being sent on out to try and flush him out, because URUS now realize there is an enemy behind the lines. Now they're going to be pressed into a corner here, sandwiched between Timeout and Black Hand that they need to hold on to. However, Timeout, they have dropped one player. They have a little bit of pressure to work with on their own. Wow. The rest of Black Hand still trying to help out Storm in the situation, but again, the angles just aren't there for them at the moment. All they can really do is focus towards Timeouts and wait and hope that Storm manages to sneak on by.
Black Hand, they have the numbers advantage. I would have expected a full send onto the side of URUS now that they are now on that southern edge of the circle. There is a lot of smokes that have already gone out to the position, and I think Moment might have just spotted Storm out there in that smoke. There is only so much the side of Black Hand can do now that they've not full sent it into this position, but this ridge line from the side here of URUS, they're playing it so well. Pixels in the grass have still not been spotted by Moment as Black Hand now starts to lose player from different ends. Shots from Storm will not quite find Moment as the pre-fires are very, very imminent, and Storm picks again. Down he would fall. Moment has to move as no knocks have been found quite yet. HP very, very low, and they have to continue to push. But Black Hand, a couple of their players are actually kept in this compound. URUS taking in shots from the side of Timeout as Timeout now decide to wake up and stand up, and that is all for URUS as they get taken out.
This is massive here for Timeout. They have their full force up ahead of them. They're only left with the 3 potentially of Black Hand and the 2 for the 1 from Triple. Now it's only 2 from Black Hand. So it is a 4v3 essentially that they need to win out. Numbers so well in their camp. Can they just find these connections?
Oh, the third party shots coming in through. That does come through and get the knock as Icy now left man, the last man actually left to hold his own in a 1v4 situation against the side of Timeout. And Timeout are not going to sleep on this one. Abdullah has got nade prepped. The Molotov sends the burn, but the knock would not quite come through as the spread is not there yet. Icy gets that first aid up in time, takes a couple of shots towards Abdullah, but cannot find it as the burn does come through. And the chicken dinner for Timeout rising from the bottom of the tables to get a winner chicken dinner.
I like what I see, Timeout. Absolutely well played. Fantastic eliminations that they can add to their tally. 1.9k damage that they moved on into that final zone. So you can imagine they just chose the exact right times to start getting involved, to get themselves a few of those extra eliminations. And that is fantastic points. Like you said, Timeout is one of those teams in the bottom 4 on the general ranking that are fighting for a potential slot in the finals to get themselves into the top 16. So they definitely need to have more games like this where they can bring the action. And if they're one of the teams that gets that almost triple dose of Erangel today and they continue this momentum, I don't know, maybe we might have a story on our hands.
Yeah, and it's pretty much expected, and I feel like this is Timeout actually capitalizing on the amount of momentum that they were able to gather into that game. I say this because you do not clean out Titan Gaming in such manner and not play a good game, because that was such a clean wipe onto Titan Gaming, and I can imagine just how confident they must have felt after getting those elims.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, right? I mean, just that nade coming through, that was the signal for them. Timeout knew that there was something on the works here, that they were cooking a little bit of that winner-winner chicken dinner action. So it's good to see that they managed to close that one out. Of course, we know there's a lot more wrangle around the corner. Again, hoping this is just the start of things to come for the rest of the day. But let's go take a look at the highlights. This is what we like to see, the teams really stepping up into the plate in the first game, nonetheless. And what a wild game it was to start off with that zone. Definitely wasn't a helping hand. It definitely didn't make it easy for the teams, but they managed to adapt and bring in the heat. Let's go take a look at the match rankings to see who rose to the top and picked up a fantastic set for Timeout and Blackhand. Ultimately, however, just 1 point apart. Triple Esports, even though they were quiet, Crowns, I mean, they're still making an appearance here at the top 3.
I mean, 6 eliminations coming through from Triple Esports and backing it up with 6 placement points from finishing in second place. 12 points on board. Triple Esports starting to wake up little by little, what I love to see. Interesting to see URUS Esports putting numbers up on board, double digits. And I think this is probably like the first time we're seeing this phase, 5 teams getting double digits.
Oh, absolutely. We haven't had such a top-heavy match yet for so long. It's been at most maybe 2, maybe for lucky 3, but 5 teams picking up double digits. That's a lot more competitive and a lot more contentious than before. And the World Battle, I mean, they were 1 point off. They could have made it 6 teams with double digits. So it was pretty close. But now that makes me worry about that second page. How's that second page going to be looking if this is what we have on the first? Are we having a lot of donut shop entries? Not that much even. We've only got 3.
Titan being one of those teams not getting so many points in this game. I'm like, is Titan trying to do a 1 day on, 1 day off thing? But I'm not going to I already said it. I'm not going to call out the Titans anymore. Whatever they're doing, I feel like it's according to a plan.
Well, that's what we would hope, right? But again, it's up to Titans. I mean, I don't think they were expecting that, triple nade to take them out. You can't really plan for that. I mean, what are you supposed to do? So I'm not gonna call much from this first match. I'm more gonna focus on the positives because the fact is we're just having such a competitive first map. Hopefully that is a sign of good things to come, because we know we've still got 2 more Erangels left for today. When we come back, of course, it's not going to be a Erangel just yet. We're first going to go over to that wonderful, wonderful sandy dune. So because of that, you need to make sure you got some water. It's going to be dry, it is going to be spicy, and that's a weird combination to work with. But it's fine. We'll keep it. Let's go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023. The action is just unfolding. Of course, our first Erangel done and dusted for the day, but Crowns, there's still plenty more right around the corner.
There's still plenty more games coming through, and these games are brought to you because of our amazing sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. We're about to get into Miramar. Ez, how are you feeling about it?
Miramar, I mean, it's only one set of Miramar today, so the teams that do get an opportunity to jam it out, they need to make it count because it's the only one they're going to be seeing today before we go for our Miramar heavy day tomorrow, I believe it is. So I'm optimistic. I think after we saw TIMEOUT bringing in such a good game, I would hope it's going to continue. But again, there's just so much pressure on those teams in the bottom four in the general rankings that it's a lot to deal with. So I'm going to be keeping hopeful. That's all I'm going to say.
I think I'm gonna feel sad for the teams that are going to play this Miramar, because the one and only Miramar they get to play, Titan Gaming, isn't it? And we do know how Titan Gaming acts and behave whenever they get on this map of Miramar.
You know, that's a fair point. And, you know, Titans just had a bit of a tough wrangle that they weren't quite expecting. So if they want to have a good day, they definitely need to start their shenanigans over towards Miramar. So I think you're onto something. We might be seeing the rise of the Titans on Miramar, which is a terrifying idea for the rest of the teams. But we've also had a few interesting teams to talk about, right? I mean, towards that top 5 over towards Erangel, we also had a presence of the World of Battle. We still had Triple Esports as well, even though they didn't really get any eliminations in the final top 3 team, you know, back and forth. They still managed to get 6 up until that point. So just imagine if they're able to get themselves into a more comfortable zone, if they don't go for that weird center and comfortable passive play, and they keep to their strats, right? Maybe sticking to the outskirts, maybe going with the usual rotations, then we might be seeing a rise of Triple again.
Yeah, the rise of Triple, but I think I'm going to stand on the rise of the Titans, because I just feel like it's Miramar. It's Miramar, Miramar and Titans go. Anyway, in case you're wondering who is sitting out of this game, it will be the players there from Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and the Mind Weapon to sit this one out. And I feel like Smash Team and the Mind Weapon really need to sit this one out. Maybe not go back to the drawing board, but try to watch the way the players are doing. Try to get themselves back in good energy in order to get back into the next 3 games of the day, because you cannot continue to fumble the games. You're running out of games.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a tough time, right? Because we mentioned at the beginning of this day, at the beginning of our matches, we were looking at Vampires, My Esports, TIMEOUT, and Smash Team, who at that time were the highest ranking team in that bottom 4. They're currently sitting in 17th with 186 points. We know Virtual Gaming have 204 points at the start of the day, so it's not such a wide gap. It's not an impossible feat. They can definitely make it happen, especially if Virtual Gaming continue to not have as explosive games. But then that time is now. We've only got 2 more days left of this week. If you're going to get some points, if you're going to be getting yourself that top 16 slot, it needs to happen here.
Yeah, I really need to start putting in the work from now onwards. So let's see. Is it going to be the Triple Esports Awakening, or is it going to be Titan showing us their Miramar prowess? Taking a little peek at that live ranking on the left, and I can see that the side of Blackhand now bumped to the top, and this is what I want to see. So yes, a good game from Titan going into this one. So Titan goes back to first, and then Blackhand comes back, and then Blackhand goes back to first. That is the juggle and, you know, the jump and jump I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, Black Hand, they have just been managing to get themselves ahead of Titans at the end of the day. No matter what, Titans have been moving on in and getting points and how they've been just performing. So I think Titans are a little bit annoyed. You know, they're like, you've done this enough. It's time for the Titans to rise. So let's hope they can make it happen here. But we've still got quite a few other teams. I mean, we know going into this matchup, we are going to be having the likes of Wave Esports, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming Squad, and CRYPTICS making their debut, as they didn't get to jam out that first Erangel of the day. So for those 4 teams, Crowns, there's also a big focus. I mean, like we said, Virtual Gaming, top 16, they need to be the guardians of the gate, right? CRYPTICS, a team that we want to see more of, and now they've got a very western zone to deal with.
Yeah, that's not fun. That is definitely not fun for any of these teams. But then we'd like to see how well they'll deal with it, because, you know, this western zone that we're seeing, it kind of cuts like from El Pozo, that trailer park area. Not every part of that western side is really playable. You know, we start to see those very tall mountains that, you know, you cannot get up to. But anyway, hot drop situation as timeout. Look to send it over to the side there. Actually, Lag Esports are the ones who are misplaced right now, pushing up onto the side there of timeout. Visitors that they were not expecting, and I guess this is Lag Esports saying, "How dare you take a winner chicken dinner?"
Yeah, how dare you take it, not give us a piece? You know, it's extremely rude, very bad neighbor manners. But now, like, esports are here to take it for themselves. Again, over towards this interesting rotation. I actually do think that Timeout might take this as a sign to leave. You know, they've been pushed out enough. They've already lost 1 member. They don't want to have that momentum stop. Not here, not now. They have too much riding on these matches to now try and, you know, sort of scrap it out with like esports, where they can't really confirm that they're going to be coming out on top. So rather, I like it, disengage, get yourself better loot, get yourself set up for the rest of this match, and focus on the goal. The goal for you today, tomorrow, is to get as many points as you consistently can, to close that gap, and to take a slot in the finals.
Kind of confusing, because we normally see Lag Esports out there in Impala. So seeing them go for a Tora Humara drop is a little bit surprising. But like I said, today is that day. How long are we going to see, or how many games are we going to have to watch before we start to see sabotaging plays, intentional plays coming through from these teams? So unless this is Lag Esports secondary drop that they've decided not to drop in for 2 weeks straight, this is intentional play. Love to see it.
I mean, like I said, with the flight path, with the way in which these maps are going, and I mean just the position that Lag Esports find themselves, they are sitting in 13th with 243 points. They are relatively comfortable, I would say, for now. You know, we're not really going to be seeing any major upsets, I don't think, just yet. So if they can take down one of the 4 teams that need to get themselves into that top 16 slot, why not?
I mean, but timeout though, they really need those points. Sitting on like 168 points before that final game, before that last game, and in that last game they got almost 20 points, which means they're very close to Virtual Gaming Squad, who is sitting out there in 16th, or who was sitting out there in 16th place with 204 points. And man, 168 plus about 19. I don't want to do the math, but I know it's very close to 200.
It is, and remember, Virtual Gaming didn't get to play that first game. This is going to be their first game of the day. So if we don't see a resurgence of Virtual Gaming, if we don't see them just starting off the day with a massive game, not even a massive game, it's really not a hard battle at this point. We just need Virtual Gaming to just keep that gap consistent, right? And you can do that with, you know, maybe 8 or 5 points per match. If you just get that, that might be enough. Because for timeouts, where they did have such a fantastic Erangel game, we haven't yet seen them do that consistently. We haven't yet seen a timeout reign of doom that we can say, okay, well, they've started, so there's no way they can stop, right? Not the case. So, again, Virtual Gaming, The stakes isn't too high for them just yet. They just need to get points. That's if they get nothing here, then we're going to start to worry.
Keep my eye out on the side there of Blackjack Esports. I saw them on the map on the screen a couple of seconds ago, and for the first time, they're the only team in Los Leones, and I'm pretty sure they would be enjoying that that space that they've got right now. But unfortunately, Los Leones is not in that zone, so they can only enjoy it for a very tiny amount of time. But anyway, you're talking about spread. We've got the side of Triple Esports in La Cabrera, also another not so common drop from them as they decided not to go for Puerto Paraiso. That playing path wasn't quite permitting for that drop location. And like I said, I like the fact that right here, what we're seeing is a little bit of understanding of who is playing in the lobby and who's not playing in the lobby, because I could tell that, you know, Triple Esports normally wouldn't come here. We've seen this type of playing paths, but they would always land, look for vehicles, and get all the way to Puerto. But right now, they decided to go for that northern drop out there in La Cabrera, and this is also these guys making that statement going into the finals that come finals, if the team that lands here normally does not come, you need to expect Triple Esports to be in this position.
That's an interesting point to take, and what's even more interesting as well is we've also seen just in this last few seconds CRYPTICS actually cutting off Titans, trying to make the rotation into the zone. They just sneaked on in, just right on past, and now they're taking that western approach potentially all the way to El Pozo. So I'll be very curious to see if we do see Titans eventually catching up. I'll be very curious to see if Hates can get out, please. Please leave.
Yes!
Oh!
This is cries of victory. You see, even if they took him out, I'm just very glad that he took the initiative to leave. Normally, we would see Mo Esports actually stay here, and Hates would try to hold on in that 1v4. But right now, we're seeing him just driving away from the location, trying to get closer to his teammate. His teammate Hansley, who is on the top of that hill. But right now, it becomes tricky because there's a Zoxy in the middle of both of them. And if there's one player that we've seen put up good numbers, it's Zoxy. It's part of the elimination leaders on the leaderboard.
Oh, Hates!
Let's go!
Bait and switch. I mean, talk about what a beautiful bait and switch now for Mo Esports. One way or another, they made it work. And Hates is just, unfortunately, a bit of a bullet sponge today. I'm so sorry, man. Hopefully we're going to get a race for you, okay? But greedy for kills, now that they've lost Zuxi, they're a little bit angry here. Well, you know, that's not okay. Now they need to get some revenge, and Hansley is unfortunately isolated from the rest of Mo Esports. They still have to climb. We can say the same here for Hates. Out in the open, a res to Hates is not going to be easy.
It's not even going to be possible. This is a small price to pay for salvation in my books, you know. Just let it go. Let it happen. That's gone, it's gone, you know. Do not try to grab that revive. Just sacrifice. I'm pretty sure Hates himself would be happy about that sacrifice that he's doing right now. So Mo Esports, love to see that on there. Currently hanging on 12th position, 73 points up on board, with TEAMLAG following closely behind with just about 11 points behind them. It's starting to become scary for the side there of Mo Esports, and it becomes more scary when you look at the teams that are actually not in that top 12 bubble. And now Mo Esports being in 12th position makes you scared that if these teams decide to frag out, can Mo Esports hold on to that 12th?
That's going to be a bit of a question, right? We know that yesterday was a tough day for them. There was a bit of a loss of momentum. I think today, if they've shook it off, if they've just come back ready and swinging, hopefully had a bit of a pep talk with each other, and they know what they need to do. It's clear, and they've got to do this together. So we'll have to wait and see. Nossa trying to make sure that vehicle explodes, or at least is extremely damaged when they do eventually get into it. And Mo actually did go for this res. It's a brave try. They've managed it. Bum Bum is the hero for Hates right now. Whether or not they get out is going to be the question for me. But we can see the rest of Mo Esports have moved on in for the backup, which I like. There's safety in numbers, and they have finally brought that to fruition here and into their strategy, which is so good to see.
I look at this and I'm like, so Mo Esports could play this condensed. Like they're playing more like a team. I could call them a team now. But anyway, we do see that zone shifting all the way to that west. It's a very, very bad thing for all of the teams in the lobby, because that western shift is not something that you want. Sorry, lag. And I'm pretty sure if this thirst comes through, one team that is happy about this would be the side of Mo Esports.
Payback. How dare you? How dare you take our slots? But yeah, it's good. And also TIMEOUT, right? Revenge. revenge for losing out their player early on here over towards Toro Almada. So definitely a little bit of a revenge. The teams are holding each other now. They're going to be bringing in a lot more action. However, we see this, talking about Toro Almada, all of this happening out in the blue zone over towards that northern side. And we know the zone over to the west. So teams need to get a move on.
This is weird. Very confusing. This is the same sport we've seen Arab Golden, we've seen URUS, we've seen lag, and I'm like, timeout. Like, why is everyone? What's the gist? What's the tea out there? Anyway, it does look like a day for RUKH, as we know they're the current occupants of of El Pozo. Almost look like a city finish out here, and we have a bunch of teams out here in El Pozo. And El Pozo, if you think Los Leones is tricky, try El Pozo.
It's so good, man. Come on. You have to love it. In terms of how much terrain these teams have to worry about, in terms of that vertical obstacle that these teams need to worry about, it's so good for a finish. I mean, it really just brings in some wild tactics. And we'll have to wait and see if we get that gift or if we're going to be moving on out to those outskirt positions. I mean, CRYPTICS is still involved. We still have Trailer Park. We still have that western portion of Miramar. And it's just gonna be teasing us, I guess, for now, because we still have a little bit of El Pozo, we still have a little bit of that open terrain, no more crater, but massive opportunity now for teams who can get themselves set up early in the city.
Who can get into that western edge, right? And I feel like all eyes will be on that western side to kind of see who's going to be on that side and try to take some points. More Esports doing a whole lot of fighting in the blue zone. Vista Gaming will be the team that they're going up against, and I'm liking this confidence coming through from More Esports, and I know this confidence will come through more heading into the end of today, depending on how and where More Esports sits on the overall rankings, right? Because you can tell that whenever they start, when we start getting to the end of the day, they pretty much know that, okay, maybe that top 16 maybe not too plausible, so we can start to test our prowess against all of these other teams in the lobby. Hence why we're seeing them taking fights, outside the blue zone so confidently.
It sort of feels like Mo Esports is just forcing Vista into an awkward angle, right? I mean, you can see them just trying to back off, trying to give that spacing and just get away from Mo Esports right now. So Vista out in the blue doing exactly that, taking hit after hit. Of course, we know for Vista, they do have the likes of Mazzaro, which we have seen before be quite the pain. So Vista, they have that opportunity to do the exact same. Mo Esports, however, looking pretty solid, looking pretty on lock. Now with Vista losing out Mazzaro, now trying to make that rotation. Biscuit out in the blue. I don't know, are they going to make it? Ooh,
right, I was just about to say, like, for Vista there, if Vista actually do get one knock onto the side of Mo Esports, I promise you it could be game over for Mo Esports, because we know how well Vista Gaming works on momentum. But anyway, speaking of that, we do have a lot of teams looking to play on that southern edge, Titan being one of them, deciding not to commit to the city. A respectable play, because I say, if you get into that city right now and that zone is no longer on that city, good luck coming out, especially when you have CRYPTICS on the top of the hills.
And so many teams in the city as well trying to filter out at the same time, it would be absolutely chaos. But we can take a look at this. The World of Battle, Blackjack Esports, we said at the World of Battle, they had a little bit of an energy over towards Erangel. Can they bring that into Miramar and actually utilize it to get themselves a winner chicken dinner, or at least a top 3 placement is going to be the focus here.
Oh, well, and Blackjack Esports are actually very split apart, and Phoenix would fall. Zeke is also down. The side there of Blackjack now left with just one more player in MG to hold down the fort for the squad, and he is also not even in a safe position, as we've got Titans swarming in on his position right now. It's only a matter of time before he gets spotted, and indeed he will, and down he goes. But here comes the Titan on the south. They've caught the whiff off the side there of the World of Battle, and they want a piece of that action.
Just a bit of a side note, right? I think I did see Marshall with an AMR, so yeah, that's going to be fun. We'll have to deal with that a little bit later on, though. Titans, they tried to push on in for a little bit of that action, trying to force the approach here of the World of Battle, doing pretty good in terms of damage, but not finding those connections, not finding those knocks, and unfortunately, they need to recover some of their losses as well. They do not want to have players going down in this position, but now the World of Battle, they smelled blood. Are they going to actually be sending it on into these 2 players here from Titans?
Yes, the answer is yes. Grenade in the hand of Arthur sends it into the smoke, and we'll get the re-knock. P6 down to a very low HP. Talk about 50 HP in the bank, but Teak on the cover fire is doing such a good job suppressing the side of the world of battle, and Puncher has also got yet another angle. You've got to admire the amount of space the Titans are using going into this engagement. Long grenades coming through from the side of Teak, who not quite find the knock, but the off angle would fall Muhammad, as Arthur now finds himself in a very, very tricky spot. The world of battle, they need to pick. Do we want to commit onto this side, or do we want to take out the off angle? P6 looking to draw in closer. Hazem will take a couple of shots, but would not quite hit the mark. Distraction being set by the side of Puncher. DBS will make that S12K in the hand of P6. Would not be able to stop Arthur as he's trying to look for that two-piece. Up onto Axel, who's down to a slither of HP.
Ooh.
He's going to get it. And the Titans, they're down to 1.
I am loving this. The world of battle, they're just bringing in a different kind of energy. I said it. And all of a sudden, we get to witness what it is that they have brought to the table. They've been cooking on the side for so long, and now they finally get to shine. Fantastic engagement, and that's going to be sending the last member of Titans running. They know they don't have an opportunity now to deal with all of that, so they want to leave, and I don't blame them. URUS Esports, though, we are going to be saying goodbye to them. Vista and Vampires looking head-to-head at a very difficult rotation. We know that Zone has left the city line, so this is exactly what you were talking about, Crowns. Now it is that awkward rotation for all the teams that set themselves up in the city, rotating side by side.
Yep, CRYPTICS outside waiting for the exit. Same thing can be said about Greedy. Also, the players there from LAG Esports waiting for the exit of all of these teams from the El Pozo region. And it does look like Vampires do not want any of the smoke. They will be leaving Vista Gaming to their devices as they will be sending it into that circle from that eastern edge. Wait, are they going back?
What is happening, though, is the world of battle fighting Mo Esports. Okay, that's a little bit more to talk about. They just got off of the fight of Titans, and now they're going up against... Is that a two-piece only from Mo Esports?
Yep, it is a two-piece, and this is one thing I think this is a trend we're seeing. For any team that is able to take out Titan Gaming in this style, they always seem to be more confident, and the world of battle showing that confidence right now. Already up to 6 eliminations, still up as a full squad, and at this point, if you want the best momentum, take on the Titans and try to wipe them. Oh!
I agree with you. I mean, they are just bringing in some great energy, a very dominating factor. But, I mean, looking at the numbers, it's the world of battle and, of course, Triple Esports as well as CRYPTICS that have the better numbers.
Yeah, and Triple Esports, once again, in a position where they could actually spread their wings, get a couple more eliminations, but they're deciding to stay, play more passively than would normally see them. And I just, like I said, it's becoming a pattern, and I'm trying to understand what the play might be. Because that zone, if it doesn't go up to the north, exactly centers up on the side of CRYPTICS. Now Triple have to make a rotation into the circle, and I'm not too sure as to how much information they were able to gather from that compound before, you know, trying to make this rotation.
There's going to be a play here, a very interesting one indeed. CRYPTICS, of course, on the high-rise running an interesting, basically a 2-2 split by the looks of things. And we know there was potentially a bit of an AMR action in the mix as well. Now they've got a few teams in their sights, trying to find the opportunity here to start picking them apart slowly by slowly, inch by inch. For the battle in the sights here of RUKH. A couple of shots being sent on out, but an immediate retaliation might be giving them that warning. CRYPTICS, oh, they have spotted out Teak as well. So unfortunately for Teak, running from the world of battle straight into the eyesight of CRYPTICS.
Well, CRYPTICS does look to have trouble looming onto their position. El Chapo's position now currently being approached by the side of Triple Esports. Timeouts would go down in the meanwhile. And Marshall, the man who we're keeping many eyes on because we want to see that AMR in action. We love the snipes. El Chapo, though, would get that intro knock onto the side of Triple as they approach his position. Now I want to see CRYPTICS. I'm looking at it, and nobody from CRYPTICS does seem to be making an attempt to even get closer to El Chapo. That man is being pushed by a full Triple squad.
I mean, the focus is there for CRYPTICS. Again, the danger is that they're running that 2-2 split, so you can already see El Chapo giving a little bit of haste, trying to make sure that they keep an eye out on Triple and their rotation, but also just backing off, right? Because if that push comes through, they want to be in a good angle for the rest of the team. They want to be able to either have Lazy Boy or the rest back them a bit up, you know, give them that covering fire, because it's going to be a full-on assault here from Triple Esports. So wait and see. It might be a bit of a stalemate as everyone's still rotating in. You can see just on the high rise, just behind them, it is RUKH slowly but surely moving in as well. Triple Esports, they've gotten up top of this hill line. Now they are sniffing out CRYPTICS.
Yep, looking for them from every single angle. Chemo from the side with the 249 in hand. Will not quite find the damage done, but Lazy Boy hearing that machine gun would be falling back a little bit. You understand? You do not just hear guns like that and still try to play very confident. Sometimes you'd have to go back a little bit, try to take a little bit of a breather, come up with a plan.
I do like it. Sound cues definitely being utilized. We know that there is a good spread of guns, there's a good spread of ammunition, but unfortunately, in the case here of CRYPTICS, it's just a two-piece up against the full four of triple. So, whereas they do really want to get those eliminations, they do not want to make silly mistakes, and a mistake right now would be isolating themselves in this battle with triple esports. So they're still trying to back off, they're still trying to get themselves in the line of sight of the rest of their team.
We'll keep our eye out to see if they will be able to do that one. CRYPTICS still has Marshall off on their off angle, so I'm looking forward to seeing if they will play that one, because they're trying to play very, very long 2-2 split right now, and they're not going up against small teams. They're going up against teams that are actually quite good when we start to look at how well they play. Rado holding up in the center of the circle, looking quite nice. I think from here on out, the circle might just continue to center up on El Chapo and Triple Esports. So yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a battle to the top of the mountains, which is a whole. It's really a battle.
On the bright side here for El Chapo and Lazy Boy, if they can just get Triple Esports to get onto a high rise to expose themselves for a little bit of time, that is an opportunity for Marshall to reach across with that AMR and easy, find that opportunity. But now, with the zone centering on them, it means that the rest of CRYPTICS are out of the zone. It means that they need to rotate in. We can see for the World of Battle, the same for GREEDYFORKILLS. Teak already reaching in to welcome the World of Battle, a little bit of revenge for taking out his teammates. But wait and see if they make anything of that situation. Ra'ad in some danger here. Shots coming on through, and that res needs to pop on off, and I don't think they're in a good position to make it happen.
Yep. Going to the top of this hill is going to be a problem. It's going to be a whole problem, given the two teams that are all currently on the center of the hill. We're talking CRYPTICS, we're talking Triple Esports. These guys are not going to allow anyone just walk and wander into the circle. But anyway, we do see a push from the side coming through from El Chapo, trying to see if he can grab an angle onto the side of Triple Esports as Old Boy takes a couple of shots from the side. Would not quite fall yet, but that man not even going for the hill, trying to see if he can get a retaliation. A return knock onto the side there of CRYPTICS, but that's a grenade from El Chapo. Would be looking to get things started for CRYPTICS.
Liking what we're seeing. We're seeing a very good, healthy approach from most of these teams. Everyone trying to reach in, everyone trying to find that opportunity to pick up early eliminations before the outright chaos is going to explode. And in terms of numbers, other than Titan, most teams are up with a 3-piece or more. So a very healthy battle that we should be seeing, as long as we don't see an immediate loss. But you can see the World of Battle, GREEDYFORKILLS, they're starting to find each other. Of course, Ra'ad still involved and nestled in between the full team of CRYPTICS, so they're going to have quite a tough time to stay alive.
Of course, Greedy goes out in that engagement because this is game 2 and not game 4. And I'm coming up with a theory out here. But that being said, the World of Battle now find themselves in the crosshairs of the side of CRYPTICS. As you can see, Lazy Boy gathering information, trying to count the numbers, deciding who he wants to take out first, trying to see the play that will be coming through from the side of the World of Battle. A lot of action up on that eastern edge. Triple Esports will get Old Boy back on his feet, and Lazy Boy in the background. Triple Esports understanding that this is a hill that they just have to share, at least for the time being. And like I said, the next couple of zones from here on out will continue to favor this position that Triple Esports and CRYPTICS find themselves. So it shouldn't be much of a problem. They should just share for the time being, try to see if they can steal each other's elims, get a couple of elims, party shots here and there.
What's interesting, of course, is for the first time in a very long time, we finally get to talk about CRYPTICS. We finally get to see a resurgence and an opportunity for them into a top 5 placement on a map. Of course, it has to be Miramar, right? This is where CRYPTICS normally are the most comfortable. And here they're running a 2-2 split, which again, well, now it's a 1-1-2 split, which again is quite a very far, long split that we've been talking, and we've been a little bit criticizing them to see, like, okay, why is this? Why are you running this? Or what are you trying to do? But maybe this is the opportunity they can use to show us why they've been running this position and why they've been running this format.
I think this one's different because this time they're holding a split and they're relatively shooting in the same direction. So it's almost like they're holding a split and now they're playing as a team, you know, because who El Chapo sees, Marshall sees, you know, who Senke sees, Lazy Boy sees, and you know, they're dropping these tags that, oh, there's a team here, and we can see them fighting as a team, trying to get Nox and Elims on the same teams that are out there on that western side. Because normally we would see El Chapo trying to pull off a 1v3 on the side here of Triple Esports. But right now he's just keeping a close eye, keeping that information, that awareness of the position there from Triple, and they're still working as a squad up towards that eastern edge.
Only now, though, right? Because the zone has moved them and pushed them together. Before they were very far apart. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe there has been that adjustment. Maybe. And maybe they can move on in for a winner chicken dinner. But ultimately, still 5 teams left. Triple Esports now reaching across, finding Marshall out in the open.
No.
And that should be an almost immediate confirmation. Absolutely it is, with RUKH moving in as well. They have been bullied here by CRYPTICS. It looks like we might have cursed them just a little bit. However, still the 3-piece up. It's only the Golden Battle that still has all 4 members. And for how much longer, I don't know.
The AMR Titan has gone down. But speaking of Titans, we see Teak making himself a smoke path. And one thing we know is that solos in this lobby, they know how to play. But anyway, we do see Teak trying to make a way to the circle. I want to see how much he can, or how much he can be of a spoiler to the rest of the teams in the lobby. Triple Esports currently holding 3 elims, not quite able to find any more. I'm kind of surprised to see Triple. Oh, you see him? Oh, El Chapo is in so much danger. Old boy is aware, but he's not going for the full send. What's going on? Triple, we don't see them this passive.
I'm not too sure because they're one of the few teams that don't have everyone behind them trying to take them out. It's only really CRYPTICS that they have to work with, but they are running a 2-1 split. So just a tiny 2-1 split. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they can bring this in. Titans, Teak, what you doing? Finding Lazy Boy. Titans are still in this one way or another. Top 4, here we go. 8 players left amongst these teams, and that zone now moving on in. We have to wait and see who's that's going to center up on, because that's really going to shift the tides. And for now, we still have this hilltop in play.
Solos, they're just dangerous. They're actually very dangerous, these solos. But anyway, everyone is quiet right now, and I feel like that shouldn't be the case, because Triple Esports have so much sight, so much line of sight actually on guys there in the circle, and we can already just see El Chapo now forcing himself to be pro, and he's out here with his penguin. They do look to be having quite a little bit of fun. RUKH, though, they have to find a way to make it into this circle, and it does look like Teak might just be that spoiler for this idea of CRYPTICS.
It's going to be a fun one. CRYPTICS down to 2, maybe down to only 1 though. Gazi just pinpoint accurate nade, finding the right window to send that one through. And now El Chapo immediately needs to move on. Our Teak even closing up that spacing. Maybe they could spot out the last member here of CRYPTICS and put an end to this. Whereas in terms of RUKH versus Triple, we still have Triple Esports with the better numbers, better positioning. And maybe this is what they've been waiting for, the opportunity to close this one out.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably going to be the end of the run for RUKH, but maybe not. Again, does have plans. He's got that smoke path set up, making it into the circle. Senke one way or the other falls, and Gazi finds a way into the circle, but no smoke patterns means you get taken out. The knock came through from Titan. Sorry, the knock came through from Triple, but the elimination, the steal came through from Titan, and this is what we start to talk about the solos, you know, being that pinch in the side of the teams that are in the lobby. Again, though, has a long way to go into that circle. Just has to play, look for that little bit of strength as Triple Esports looking so strong, but yet not so strong because of how passive they're deciding to play.
It's wild that we can even just talk about solos having the spacing, having the ability to make these sort of things happen, but at least Triple will also make sure the solo from RUKH is not going to be doing anything for the rest of this match. Now, we take a look at Triple Esports. CRYPTICS.
Again.
Well, we wanted to look at CRYPTICS. We did, but now it's only down to El Chapo.
Courtesy of Teak, I feel like he's been so much of a distraction, so much of a pinch, so much of a pain to all of these teams. To think that Titan Gaming, even with just 1 player, they're still doing this much hurt on the lobby. Imagine if they still had a full squad up. But anyway, Triple Esports, the zone is beginning to close now as we're now in the final phase, which means there's no more zones, there's no more playable. It is just the blue zone that will be closing up. They have a shared idea of where El Chapo is, but this idea of Triple looking to capitalize on having that higher ground advantage stage rather than staying on the low grounds. But it's kind of hard to get up that hill, especially when you don't have buggies. But Teak, though, he does have a way up. And man, if Teak is able to get here before triple, it might spell danger for the side of Triple Esports.
Especially if Triple Esports get too focused on El Chapo, then all the Teak needs to do is step on in and shut them down. He's already got that information onto Thor. He just needs to find the likes of Old Boy and Icy, and now they're getting bunched up. That one nade could make it all happen if he can find the connection.
And Teak, I'm pretty sure he thinks there's someone there because ideally there should be someone there. But the blue zone is already beginning to close. El Chapo trying to stay as quiet as possible. I promise you, he is not breathing right now. As Old Boy finds his way down the bottom of the hill. This might be down to a hill strat. But this player here, Teak, he's got throwables to speak of. Sending it in all directions because he can hear Old Boy. Another one would go through, but Old Boy will not quite get the burn just yet. But that blue zone, it's down to a game of patience. The pre-nade up to the face of Old Boy would not take him down yet, but Teak now, he has to fall. The zone is no longer in his favor, and he would bleed out to it. El Chapo, the last man standing between Triple and the chicken dinner. Ellen is not here to watch it, but the two-man push coming through onto the side there of CRYPTICS would secure a chicken dinner for the side there of Triple.
Finally, we get to see a Triple Esports back in the swing of things, picking up those 6 eliminations and the winner of the chicken dinner. Not a bad game whatsoever. Definitely a fantastic set of points they can add to the tally. And again, like we said, the rise of Triple, starting to see them into those top 4, top 5 placements, and now they finally managed to close it out. So, Crowns, with that being said, I mean, we have a lot to break down into this final zone. We had Titans with the solo Teak, the absolute super solo, moving in, picking up, I think it was 4 eliminations at the end of it, just by themselves. We had CRYPTICS in our top 3, one way or another.
This is something I enjoy. First of all, the fact that CRYPTICS is in the top of the board just gives me so much joy. Now, how many eliminations they got, I don't remember, but still they did do a good job. Triple Esports not quite breaking that 6 elimination point mark, but I just have to say, it's 1600 damage being done, but only getting 6 elims. That is not their fault. That is literally Teak's fault. Let's check the highlights.
You gotta love it, but unfortunately that was the first and last Miramar of the day, so the teams can't get too comfortable. Hopefully they did pick up everything they needed and bring through as many points as they were planning, but ultimately we have to give it up to Triple Esports for grabbing that winner chicken dinner. You can take a look at the match rankings to see how much points exactly they and the rest of the teams managed to find. 16 for Triple Esports and 12 for the World of Battle, even though they weren't involved in that top 4 skirmish.
Remember, if you wipe the Titans, you are getting a good game. That is the theory for today as the side of the World of Battle. Only 3 from placement points, 12 points in total. Once again, 4 teams breaching that double digit. And I'm liking what I'm seeing today. I think this is just more aggression coming through from the team rather than balanced level of aggression that we saw yesterday.
I am definitely liking this sort of level of energy, and the fact that we are seeing more teams finding those double digits just to me proves that we have a lot more of a competitive standing today, hopefully tomorrow as well, and for the rest of the day specifically. Please, let's keep this one up. But let's take a look at that second page. A very good helping of eliminations on the first. And we're going to be only saying good morning, or good evening rather, to Blackjack Esports joining us in the donut shop. So this is a really good trend that we're seeing.
I'm going to say it now. Blackjack Esports and Titan in the same Miramar game, one person has to fall. I don't think both could actually do it. Like, it's either Blackjack does well, Triple does bad, or Triple does well, Blackjack does bad. And that is what we've seen out here. But anyway, numbers, that's what we love to see. More Esports not putting up very like, they're putting numbers, but they need more numbers up on board. You know, timeout, the same thing can be said. They're just coming off of a chicken dinner and they're not putting up so much numbers also on board. They need to also do so well going into this game. We saw Mo Esports taking so much fights outside the blue zone, and eventually when they had to get into the zone, there were so many teams waiting for them on that eastern edge. They eventually went out. Vampires. What's going on?
It's going to be tough, right? I mean, that first and last Miramar of the day not going the way that you would have wanted to. We know coming back from the break, we're going to be moving on into Erangel, which they're not going to be joining us for. So this momentum hopefully then will be reset. They get that little bit of a break, and then they need to come back stronger. They need to come back fighting, because if they don't, I'm starting to run out of options here for them. I'm starting to not see the light at the end of the tunnel or a way in which that they can grab that top 16. And that's not a good vibe, man. I don't want to have to say goodbye to any of these teams, but there is 4 that are not going to make it to next weekend. So please, we want to see these teams bring the action. But of course, before we get into the action, we need to take a short break. So we'll be right back after that.
زون نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية بصفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأه. لا 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 لا.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League, and Africa has been spicing things up for the Spring 2023 season. Of course, this is brought to you by our fantastic sponsors, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, who have been here since day number one. I'm going to keep saying that because that is massive, and we have to give them good bits of love to them. We know, first and last Miramar done for the day. No more sandy dunes crowns. We're only going to be worrying about Erangel and Sanhok with a double dose of Erangel first up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we do know how these teams actually act when we go into these double doses of Erangel. You know, we start to see teams not make the same mistake that they made in the first game, in the second game. And of course, that's what you want to do when you have the double dose of games. So yeah, as much as we're done with Miramar prowess and Miramar ending, we're now down into those Erangel games coming through to show us what they've got.
It's gonna be a fun one, but we know that first Erangel was a bit questionable because we had teams in the shelter, we had that weird finish towards Mansion, or just towards the outskirts, and that brought a bit of an interesting finish. We saw TIMEOUT actually picking up that winner chicken dinner. We saw Black Hand also picking up a great amount of eliminations. And VISTA were there, but they weren't quite making the appearance they would have wanted to. Same with Triple Esports, but then they come back on Miramar and they just pick up that winner chicken dinner. Now when we go back to Erangel, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one because we mentioned it. We're not going to be seeing Vampires, we're not going to be seeing the World of Battle, we're not going to be seeing GREEDYFORKILLS or URUS on this second Erangel of the day. So we can take a look potentially at the overall rankings just to see how these teams are shifting up, where they are currently on the standings, who is fighting for that top 12 placement over towards VISTA, because any points are going to be making a difference to this.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Titan Gaming and Black Hand are still doing the jump on the top of the leaderboard. You know, we did see Black Hand jump into the top, and I believe with that good game that Titans just had in this last Miramar game, they definitely should be back on top of the leaderboard again. And I'm just looking forward to seeing just how well these guys will continue to do those jumping as we continue into the end of the day. But as we all know, like we said, it's Erangel, and this is like the third game, which means these teams are running out of games, only a couple of games left to determine, and to solidify your positions on the leaderboard.
Yeah, for Black Hand and Titans, like you said, I mean, the jump up for them has been a bit of a fun one. For Titans specifically, they're a bit annoyed because Black Hand keeps stealing it just at the last second of the day on those overall rankings. They just managed to even get 1 point up ahead of them to be in pole position. So overalls have been fun. We have seen a bit of a change up in terms of the top 3. It was up and down for VISTA Gaming as well. But now they have that opportunity here towards Erangel. Well, at least they will. But we need to see. I mean, in terms of the zones, in terms of the flight paths that we've been having, it's been wild, right? Now, could we get potentially a bit of a calmer zone?
I hope so. I really hope so. We do have a nicer playing path. Once again, Black Hand is back in the lobby, so they're happy about that one, as we already see that playing path taking us all the way from the open fields of Stolber down to the waters of the Sosnovka military base. And this is one of those very nice playing paths, except for teams that like to go towards that western side, but we don't have too many of them. Not sure we have Triple Esports playing this game, so I think there isn't too much. Oh, where they are. So yeah, that would be a little bit of trouble. I'd like to see where Triple Esports would pick as a secondary drop, or if they would still be heading all the way, searching for vehicles and heading all the way to Primorsk and that southwestern side of Quarry that would always see them landing in.
Got to question what that zone is going to be looking like as well, because we still have a very vast section of the west open and ready for the taking. We know we just had a wonderful western zone over towards Miramar, so if we get that repeat, and we do, it is going to be a fun rotation for some of the teams, especially towards the northeast. So I'm looking at CRYPTICS, I'm looking at Black Hand, even Blackjack Esports now having to make that move into this western front.
This is trouble.
It's good, man.
It is.
It's fun.
It is good, but it is trouble given where that playing path is. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for all of these teams. But that being said, this is a zone that these teams have seen before. So we'll keep our eye out and see who's really been doing the VODs and who knows exactly where to be at what time going into this game. But as we know, like I've said multiple times, the zones most likely, in fact, they don't repeat in PUBG Mobile. You barely see a zone repeat itself, especially in the same phase. So good luck, guys.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see where that one's going to be ending on up. Lag Esports, specifically Mazzaro and Mexico here towards a bit of that coastal line. Now looking at a bit of a 1v1.
This is not nice at all. You know, seeing the side of VISTA going up against Lag Esports. Lag Esports do not need this fight for anything. But Mazzaro, though, we've seen that man be a super solo, but not against Lag Esports. As he does go down, the instant thirst would come through, and VISTA Gaming would have to continue this game as a 3-piece.
It's a tough time, right? But what I'm liking to see is that proactive energy from Lag Esports. They get that information. Mexico's like, hey, listen, there's a player out here. We've got that information. I don't see the rest. Let's move on in. Let's get this elim together and move on out together. So I like that. I like that energy. I like the backup coming through from Lag Esports. They're looking a little bit more active, which is good to see. I hope they keep that, because then we could be really seeing a different story and a different side from Lag Esports. Again, they're not really in danger, I would say, but it's always good to be fighting for some of those top slots and potential bonus points. By Esports as well, they've been a lot more condensed. We've liked to see that. Hansley, so much in danger. I don't know if they know that they're just right in the crosshairs here of Hamoud, but hopefully they will be getting that information soon. Especially the same situation is here, right? In isolate this player from the mind weapon, there's an opportunity for them to get that elim.
I think it's actually nice information gathering coming through from the side there of MEA Esports, right? The world battle is not in the lobby, which means RUKH is free, and we see them go all the way to RUKH, try to get themselves even better loot to get the game started. So yeah, that is nice coming through from them. I really hope they don't get into that early engagement with the mind weapon, and even if they do, they should decide to play it as a squad, because that is one thing that we really want to see. VISTA Gaming already capitalizing on a very strong split in the rest of the circle. As you can tell that they are looking to play towards that northern edge of that western bridge that goes to the military island. It's a nice play, definitely a place that has a lot of deeps that they can play, good covers to work with. Would like to see Raad also decide to go all the way to Pochinki Hill to gather information, at least into these early phases, and seeing the way they would play this one. Like I said, there are places that are just good spots going into this circle, and depending on where you're rotating from, you should be able to capitalize on some of them.
Smash also has a very interesting rotation because they're one of the only teams there towards Georgia Pool. We know Mount Everest right up ahead of them towards the eastern portion, and there is an opportunity for them to maybe grab a little bit of that Everest, get set up for a bit of the rest, but it's not necessarily needed, because if you just move on a little bit further, there's Ruins, there's Gatka, there's a lot better portions and placements that they can actually hold on into the zone closer to center, wait for that next phase, and pick up as many elims as they possibly can, because the focus is on Smash. The focus is on those 4 teams at the bottom of the general ranking that are fighting for a slot into the finals. So, it is a lot of pressure, and I will be hoping that they have that opportunity here on Erangel. In the meantime, by Esports, the Mind Weapon, or specifically Hamoud from the Mind Weapon, has called in the cavalry. You can see the rest of the Mind Weapon rotating on that high rise now to help out, and the exact same situation here for MEA Esports. They're circling, trying to find out if they want to go in for this engagement.
Things looking to get a little bit spicy out here in the RUKH area of the map. Vortex currently finding himself in a huge pinch as the side of the mind weapon, capitalizing on the RUKH hill right now, holding 2 players on there. They have such great line of sight onto Vortex's position. And at this point, Mo Esports is early engagement. I don't think you want to lose players this early into the game. We've been seeing them be that team that can actually play as a squad or play better when they're up as a full-man team. So I think right now, starting to disengage, finding a way to disengage from this fight would be something. But at this point, it's almost looking impossible. It looks like they have to take this fight head on.
It's going to be a fun one. Vortex just backing on out, giving that spacing here to the mine weapon. They know that they have the better high-rise position. Smoke's now being deployed. Vortex trying to get that cover to get out. The mine weapon slowly but surely encircling Mo Esports, at least more Vortex specifically. So this is the danger zone now. Going to be sneaking on into the grasses, trying to get themselves out of the situation. The rest of Mo has basically vacated from this point.
I like the way Hansley just leaves the situation and it's like, Vortex, it's all you, my guy.
Good luck.
Good luck, my guy. And Vortex is just out here in the grass prone. It's only a matter of time before it does get by Wipe Boy. And I feel like that, given the position or the positioning coming through from the mind weapon, it kind of became hard. But looks like the side there of Mo Esports just went to grab in, reinforcements. You know, there's a saying that when the cow does, or when the bull does go back, it is going to gather more momentum for a fight. So maybe that's what Mo Esports is.
Well, I hope so, because Vortex's time is running out of the open. White Boy finally finding that connection. Del Help even just helping out to get that knock. And now the mine weapon, they can move on in for the cleanup. And at this point, I would want to see Mo Esports just leave. I mean, there's no point in trying to go for the res. We can see that. Confirmation is there. I can understand trying to get more vehicles, trying to get better loot. I can get that, but then doubling back on that and now still trying to go for it, it just wouldn't be worth it. Just back off.
Question is, for Mo Esports, they pretty much know that trying to get into the finals might not be a thing that is very possible right now. So which means they can decide to take this fight, whether it costs them their lives or not, because they'll just do it for the experience. And that is the thing that we start to fear coming through from the teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboards, because as we continue to go further and further into games today, the more they can figure out if they're probably making it into the finals or not. And if it is looking like the latter, they most likely will start to, play randomly and very, very out of touch.
It'd be interesting, though, if Mo Esports can keep their top 12 into this week, right? Because then we can see them over towards VIKHVND. However, 5 points below them, it is CRYPTICS, which is a bit of a tough opponent to keep away. So I would want to see them picking up points, if not for the overall standings, if it's not possible at any given points, then at least to get themselves into VIKHVND, get themselves an opportunity potentially into, that top 12 seating. And hey, like you said, charging. It's always an option. Oh, this car, once again. So good.
Oh. Of course, it is good that even if you get that third stop onto MG, I'm not offended. I'm not annoyed. I like it. You did it with the vehicle, driving the Bugatti. That is one thing I love to see. Zone does shift all the way towards that western side, which means Triple Esports are one team that is very happy about what is going on today. And I think today is that day where Triple Esports now are getting zones to themselves. And we know they like to play when they have that zone. They will definitely use it to their advantage. The Chocolate Squad looking for a rotation in from that eastern edge. Same thing can be said about Mo Esports and Titan Gaming.
It's going to be a fun one now. Rotations moving in. Virtual Gaming, we said, we put pressure on them. They need to pick up some points. They need to make sure they secure themselves that top 16 in the general rankings, as they are the guardians of that gate. They need to keep on moving in. So I want to see a little bit more from them. Like I said, just some consistency. 5 or so points every match. You're pretty much solid. Unless we're seeing those bottom 4 teams picking up 20-plus pointed games consistently, they're not in danger just yet. But we'll see what the overall rankings or general rankings are going to be looking like at the end of the day. As we're moving into this one, Arab Golden, a bit of an interesting one. They've picked up that information for lag. We've had a few more teams rotating on through now. With that zone still shifting towards the west, we still have that military base involved. For now, not much longer though, because... Quarry is going to be the focus now.
Yep, it really is the focus. Everyone is sending it to the hilltops on Quarry, and this is just going to lead into a lot of engagement because everybody has the same idea. Rami looking for that run over, will not get it again, wants to try his luck, but he knows how to do it better, as Broly would fall, but Rami would go down for the trade coming through from Arab Golden, as Rugo now wants to go for the revenge. He wants his own run over, but man, Eagle is not here to play. It's like, I don't have time for petty revenge. just let's get that elimination, get the trade ongoing, and find a better position in the game.
Golden. Oh, Guzzy, how are you still alive, my man? On a bike, just literally dodging and weaving between these bullets. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to continue to be a fact. Sun's over here towards that southern portion. They've got quite a few teams that they can deal with. We can see that zone now starting to close on out. And I'm guessing it's going to be moving up to Quarry at this point in time. Yep. Just a little bit of that opportunity from Gutka as well, but ultimately the teams are in the right positioning. We love to see that already. Those early rotations, holding on to these positions is going to be key. But Esports, need to be careful here. Ghazi holding such a good angle for opportunity and information, and Mo still just trying to decide how they're going to approach the zone.
They do look to be somewhere close to the center. They've got compounds to work with, but man, Hades is on a very, very long split away from his team, looking very close to that western side, but it does look to be forming up closely back to his teammates. I love to see that one, but at this point, it becomes a struggle. There's so many places you want to be at the same time, but you know, getting worried about how to get there would be a problem. Hence why there's so many teams in vehicles right now. Almost everyone has pretty much the same idea. There's only the western part of the zone is, you know, playable.
Pretty much. We've got like this little bit of a band in the more northern to center positioning. So teams have a little bit of space to work with, yes, but there is quite a few cluster rotations that have happened. Oh, no. And as a result, we can see that Blackjack Esports unfortunately has to bow out. As you said, if Blackjack and Titans on the same map, you know, there's only a choice, one way or the other.
Man, I thought it was only in Miramar, but right now, I'm just going to say this. I said this when we started today. Whenever we see Blackjack Esports be in that top 5 situation, they go into the next day and they just start to play not so well. This is the second game in a row where they're going out with 0 points, and they will just continue to drop down on the overall rankings. And Blackjack, you do not need this. They did this last week, which made them not make it into that VISTA game. So right now, Blackjack, please wake up and put up numbers on the board.
Please, we want to see it happen. Lag over here towards Quarry. They've made a nice little bit of rotation. Of course, we saw that they gave a lot of information to the likes of Arab Golden. Now VISTA going to be the next team to realize there's something happening on the opposite end. But they're not going to be able to jump into that just yet, right? Lag still here towards the outskirts. Even potentially spotting out Triple Esports here. AXA being spotted out here by Rad. They're running as a 3-piece. Titan's still running as 4 for now. We'll have to wait and see if they get the thirst. But this is going to be an interesting one. I don't believe Rod's going to be sending this one, but how interesting would it be if they do? But we've got TIMEOUT, we've got Arab Golden. We're going to be having like a bit of a 4-way battle here.
I feel like this game is going to be a game of who gets that zone blessed, because this is so stressful. Everyone has a good position in this circle, but by the time this circle starts to close up, it limits the amount of good positions that you've got going into the circle. Rookie Sport holding such a nice position in the circle. I can say the same thing about Smash Team. Triple Esports holding a very good position, and Lag Esports does seem to want a little bit of that action, as we already see them driving towards the side of Triple, but this is Triple's home ground. You know they're looking to welcome as that zone moves up to that southeastern side. Rookie Sport still has that good spot, but Titan, Arab, Raad, they're looking good.
All of the valleys, all of those dips in the terrain are going to be an interesting one to deal with. But before we even get to that point, we're still looking at the action here over towards Quarry already. Triple Esports down with 2 members. Lag have moved on in, as you said, for the action. Wave Esports now trying to rotate desperately to get involved as well. And look who else is joining. It's going to be Smash, Ban already rotating up, hearing all of the action. We have 4-way battles all over the place. And now it looks like it might be the end of Triple Esports if they cannot find a way to get Wave off of their back.
They're not even in the zone, so it makes you wonder why everyone wants a piece of this part. But like Esports doing quite a good job. 3 eliminations that they're able to secure for the time being. A Smash Team does come through with the third party, trying to send in some nades, but Rolex does self-nade onto his teammates. And definitely Knight is aware of that one. Goes for the full send. D gets the shots, and he will get the knock. 2 please, 2 wipes. Lag Esports putting in the numbers up on board. I love to see that one.
Oh.
Third party is imminent. Wave Esports now coming in from the side. Triple Esports still loading up with two as Icy and Chemo decided to play it quietly, but Icy would stand. Gets the knock up onto one of the players there from Wave, but Petrox is there for the return. A grenade up to the top of the sniper tower would get Petrox down as Chemo now goes for that full set up onto one knock, but the third party is imminent and Triple Esports would fall. The side of Wave still holding up as a two-piece, but Lag Esports heard the noise. They want a piece of the action.
I don't understand what's happening here. I guess it's just too tempting. Even VISTA are reaching out to potentially get involved.
CRYPTICS too. But anyway, grenades still going left, right, and center, back and forth as Lag Esports looking for yet another opening. But here comes the blue zone to send these teams out of here. But CRYPTICS, they are the ones looking to welcome everyone into the circle. VISTA Gaming is somewhere in the background. Wave Esports starts to make the move, but Knight is in anticipation. He's able to take down one player. Gaddafi trying to force that heal to come through as Knight still continues to search for the thirst into the blue zone. He would wonder as he waits for that zone to push through. Gaddafi gets the knock up onto A9Q, the instant thirst to follow as Wave Esports still trying to get as much, but CRYPTICS, they are welcoming everybody. Knight is feeling the damage, is feeling the brunt. HP being trickled down by the blue zone. Only so much he can do. Senke is here to welcome him, and down he would fall.
Good effort coming through from Knight to hold on to the line here for Lag Esports. You can see CRYPTICS now also feeling the brunt of the action as RUKH also reaches in. I'm telling you, this is the party. We've been missing out on this. Erangel clearly just needed to move on to Quarry because it seems to be where the teams like to duke things out. I think we're up to 6 teams now that have gotten involved in this little skirmish here. Back and forth it goes. Eflix now stepping up for Lag, trying to get that rotation on out, doing so much damage to Gaddafi. The blue zone might just get that final hit in, and there it is. Wave at least reduced down to 1. So hopefully for Lag, that is at least some sort of a bit of a participation award for them to get that extra elimination at the end.
But man, with the amount of teams playing gatekeepers, with the amount of teams welcoming people into the party happening in the zone, it's becoming very tough. VISTA Gaming able to escape from that one, but TIMEOUT meet against the Titans again, and they do seem to be holding on to their ground as Abdallah is able to get one more knock onto the side of Titans. Puncher looking to push up the stairs. Abdullah's got the pre-fires there down to the bottom of the stairs, and Puncher would feel it. The rest of TIMEOUT's not quite forming up in time as Ragnar is down. Azad and Mido far off in the distance, and the Titans would be able to get at least one player up back onto the battlefield.
I'm still trying to process everything that's happening here. In the meanwhile, we've got 2 here from TIMEOUT now reaching into Arab Golden, trying to find an opportunity here, and they have to do so quickly. That blue zone moving on in just behind them. They need to get their pathing through Arab Golden, otherwise we might be saying goodbye to them. There's a reach across from Titans as well, so Arab Golden, we say goodbye to them potentially if Eagle cannot get themselves out of the situation.
Well, Eagle's HP being trickled down, and Mido would be thankful to that third party coming in from Titans and VISTA Gaming from the top of the hill. Ra'ad is still out here putting it. They've got a nice line of sight on the southern edge of the circle. Everyone wants this hill, and everyone on the north is just like, you know, calm, sipping tea, relaxing.
Having a chillax.
But out here on the south, things are going south.
I don't know what happened in the south. I don't know what sort of monster they've been drinking tonight, but the teams here from the southern bad have definitely picked up the pacing, looking for those eliminations, looking to be the only team in the south at this rate, and it looks like it's not going to stop anytime soon. RUKH Esports now feeling the pressure from Mo Esports actually reaching in for a few eliminations, which I like to see. But now Titans, they are moving on in. We still have the 2 from TIMEOUT. We still have the 3-piece holding on into this high rise just on the hilltop. An opportunity for them, once again, to force some of the pressure here. Still, VISTA also in contention. So, and then are we also seeing Blackhand reaching in? What is happening in the south?
Oh, Blackhand got the memo, they got the invite, and they do look to be sending it close to that location. But Rado, up to 3 eliminations, and they're holding up quite nicely. And all the teams, or most of the teams that have got good elims going into this game, happen to find themselves on the south. So Active Gaming also still putting in the work onto the side of Blackhand as they would continue to exact the prowess. Blackhand have wandered into the southern party, and the make that Titan Gaming are the bouncers. They're the ones saying, welcome, where are your tickets? As the nades will start to fly out. Puncher sending one onto the side of Blackhand. Not quite able to get the range just yet, but Titan, you can tell that their blood is pumping. They want this engagement.
Definitely going to be pushing on into the action here, but Slowly but surely, they need to get that information right, because it is not just Black Hand. There are so many more teams here within the vicinity who can get involved at a moment's notice, and then their cover is not going to be providing them protection. Unfortunately, they've got their backs open and backs turned to what has just occurred in the south, and that's all that they can really do. Focus towards the eastern side, get that pressure in, get that rotational pathing in, but Black Hand, they have the high rise, they have the high ground, they are just sending through nade after nade after nade, making this almost impossible for Titans to close the gap.
Yep, very, very hard. But the Titans have got one thing, it is momentum. And they're using it to push up onto the side of Black Hand. Puncher feels the brunt as his HP now being reduced to very little. Titans have to play on the edges, but Axer is way behind. P6 and Puncher are the only ones trying to hold down the fort against this full 4-man squad from the side of Black Hand. This is a very, very long engagement because it's taking so much time. Both teams are so good at this game that they understand that they cannot just push carelessly onto the southern side or onto this edge of the zone.
They know that, but they might have to try that at this point, because we can see that zone now shifting over towards the northwestern side. It means this engagement here between Titans and Black Hand needs to come to a close as soon as possible, so that one of these teams can be our first teams here towards the eastern portion of the zone. Maybe even grabbing that care package might be a nice little bonus, but either way, we need more teams into the zone. Right now, it's only RUKH, Virtual Gaming, and of course, MEA Esports holding into a very good position. As we tune into those teams specifically, we can see there is a bit of a back and forth potentially just around the corner between RUKH and MEA to try and hold on to these compounds, but Virtual Gaming, they might get involved.
Virtual Gaming squad have a very nice position in the circle, and they have 6 eliminations too. This might just be Virtual Gaming looking to wake up. I was talking to someone before the day, and they kept on saying, you know, this is the same thing Virtual Gaming squad did in the last 2 seasons, where the one where they won, where they did not qualify for any super weekend, but then on the final week they decided to start fragging out. Because right now this might just be the waking up of Virtual Gaming squad, but Titan get that intro knock onto the side there of Black Hand. That is what they need. The sides have been evened. Axar behind the rock has to hold up against the side of RUKH, who's launched a grenade onto his position. It's a good one. Chunks his HP very low, but Axar is not going to stop. He's going to do the same amount of damage onto RUKH, and the push has to come through, but there is third party very imminent. Axar would get his HP back on time, and the third party from RUKH Esports would make Black Hand lose one more player.
Storm now moving on in, has to get that trade, or otherwise they just need to get on out of here. But they are nestled in between the members here of Titans. Puncher going to be spotting them out just on the edge of the smoke, but Axer reach on in to find the connection and send Black Hand packing. Now it is RUKH, VISTA here towards the south, still fighting for supremacy and hold of the southern position before they move on in just behind Virtual Gaming. So trying to cut some of the losses, trying to get rid of some of this competition is definitely going to be awarding them a bit of breathing room. But now VISTA, they want to make this move.
Yes, sir. Aboud going in through the smoke would fall down to S12K in the hand there of RUKH. As again, he's able to hold down the fort for his team. 5 eliminations now as he continues, or make that 4 as he continues to grab the thirds. But the Titans, they know the party is not done. They know the party is not over till they say it is over. As Axer will take some shots towards again. Would not be able to get it to connect, but Puncher coming in from the side is going to get the swing. Again, not quite spotted in the floor as he's going to find the knock up onto one player there from the Titans. But that man still has a little bit of HP to spare as Axer would find him in the floor. Down they go. We're down to 6.
You say that we're down to 6, but unfortunately potentially three teams, if Titans don't get that res, will be reduced down to only 1. And now MEA Esports, they need to hold on against RUKH, but a nice turnaround from Hansley. Back and forth the nades go. RUKH are still managing to stay in this right along MEA Esports. But now look at this timing. Pusher finding that molly on towards Hate. This might be it for MEA if they do not find the retaliation.
Well, MEA Esports still have 3 up. The third party is imminent coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming squad, and Bum just trying to smoke up the top of the roof, trying to give himself a little bit of a cover from the third party action coming in through. RUKH Esports would grab that revive up, but Pusher now, he's pushed up into the compounds, and he's looking for that knock. A beautiful grenade being thrown, but it's a little bit off the mark. Bum still holding up as he waits. They know being upstairs would attract more grenades, so they're trying to stay away from that position, and they're playing so much with the smokes. I really like what the side of MEA Esports are doing, but they're running out of time. 15 seconds and this zone is going to start to close.
We still have Virtual Gaming, who just left one member just to wait for those rotations. They know they're coming. They know that they're just around the corner, and maybe they can just give themselves a few eliminations. But this is a bit of an awkward engagement here between Mo Esports and RUKH. They just stare into each other's eyes so very lovingly on the stairs before they need to get going. This is all happening outside the zone. Mo Esports still need to find an angle out. RUKH coming in for the shotty. But here we have it. The turnaround. I said it. Alpha Luigi reaching in to find it.
And yet another player would go down for the side here of RUKH as they're down to 1. Hansley on the swivel would find him. 6 eliminations to the side here of Mo Esports, and here comes the huge task. Getting into the circle. But uh-oh, there is an imposter amongst us. It is Hazard. Last player there from timeout, waiting for that move coming through from Hansley. Spots it, takes the shot, sends it back, and now he has to get into the circle himself. HP trickling down as that blue zone is showing no mercy. They would fall. The Titans still alive, but Virtual Gaming squad up to 10 elims. And they're still up as a full squad.
Virtual Gaming, it's definitely looking like this is going to be their match. We've been waiting for them to step it on up as the gatekeepers of that top 16 slot. They know they can make it or break it here for the surrounding teams. And right now, it looks like they said 16th is not enough. We want to get up higher. We want to be the teams in a better position, moving on in with those bonus points for the finals. Now, having to go up against VISTA. 2 from Titans. It's not too far off. It's not too bad a position. They can definitely make it happen here. But now they need information. Where is Titans? Where is VISTA hiding? Biscuit in the grasses, just sneaking on up. They've got plenty of information here over towards Virtual Gaming. Titans, they've just been keeping it quiet. They're waiting for Virtual Gaming to push on into them to make that mistake. AXA holding on to this one. HP bar's not looking too good. Wondering where those meds are coming from. Why aren't we seeing those meds popping off? This is going to be this calm before the storm. Puncher and AXA on that rise. Ooh, the Nays finding that connection. This could be it now. Virtual Gaming, if they can find that knock, that could be it for the Titans. They've got the numbers advantage. They just need to use it. Alpha Luigi already up with 7 eliminations. Virtual Gaming are on something else. And now they're looking to make that 10 into a 13. Waiting for this one. Titans, they're meeting up. They're getting ready. They need to move on in. Again, it's a back and forth. It's a stalemate because the positioning the Titans are holding, it's just not going to be working out for them. They don't have the cover. They don't have the information on towards Virtual Gaming. Also have to keep in mind Biscay still just waiting in the grasses. Hasn't been spotted just yet. But now, Virtual Gaming, they've got the vehicles in hand. They have the numbers advantage. If they can get into some of those vehicles, start rolling on around, maybe they even get a free bump bash and really start to close this one out in style. Looking at this though. Oh, Biscay is so close to one of the members here of Virtual Gaming. But they're so focused on Titans. They might just send it down this cliff line and then they've got a bit of an uphill battle right back towards Biscay. In the grasses, a little bit of a back and forth. Oh, this is a stalemate if ever there was one. And Crowds is not even here to see it. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Titans, still up with 2. Hasn't reached in. 1 shot. Moving up closer. And now that final zone is here. Have to wait to see Virtual Gaming stepping on in to the action. As they need to make this one happen. AXA, oh, spotted out in the grasses. That's going to be Hulk reaching in. The shots are there, connecting. Not yet the knock, but the follow-up nades might make it happen. And there it is, 1 shot with pinpoint accuracy. Now we are down into the grasslands here. Virtual Gaming only have 2 more members standing in their way from a winner-winner chicken dinner and 13 eliminations. And they might just make it happen here. Puncher reduced down to only a sliver of HP. And here's the follow-up. It almost makes it, but unfortunately, Puncher just too quick with the trigger. Biscay been spotted out. VISTA go down. Virtual Gaming still having to deal with Puncher, and now he's just been delivered a nice little loot box. He can get himself set up, but he's still running against the 2-1 split here from Virtual Gaming. Alpha Luigi right up ahead of them, 2 right behind them, and unfortunately now for Titans, I don't know how they can turn this one around. Alpha Luigi still holding on and just waiting for Puncher to make a mistake.
Well, it does look like I have missed a lot, but maybe not too much. Puncher, the last player left, and one way or the other, Virtual Gaming squad are staying alive, but they're making it the push as a squad. They would clear things up, and that would be a GG well played coming through from VISTA, Virtual Gaming Squad, all the way from the bottom of the tables, they're beginning to turn the tides and change things up.
They're so mysterious, we don't even get to see them. But ultimately, 13 eliminations for them and the winner chicken dinner. That was a fantastic showing for them. They had to lock it down into the final moments. Obviously, going up against Titans, going up against VISTA, there was a lot of stalemating as they were trying to get that information to find that opportunity into the battle. But they had to fight for it. Let me tell you, Puncher definitely wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to go down easy.
And I tell you, I feel like the Titans have decided to stand up. Maybe doing it a little bit late, but seeing them actually play with this much prowess, it just goes to show that the Titans do not want to go down anywhere else but #1 spot on the top of the leaderboards.
We love to see it, but also that was our second Erangel of the day. Still one more around the corner. Ultimately, that one turned itself on its head just with that Western shift, with those Western rotations. We have just such crazy maps here over in PMPL Africa, and the teams just seem to adapting to it. So let's go take a look at the highlights. You gotta love it, man. Erangel is always just so spicy, and now that we have a triple helping of it on one single day, these teams are definitely not hesitating to take the opportunity to get as many points as they possibly can. But speaking of points, we can actually take a look at the match rankings to see who ended up on top, because there was a lot of back and forth, but ultimately, it was Virtual Gaming claiming that winner chicken dinner with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, and I hope this is really Virtual Gaming Squad now getting back to the Virtual Gaming Squad that we know. Able to finish on the top of the board is something that we've been waiting to see from them. 23 points up on board, that is nice to see. But Titan Gaming following closely behind. 9 eliminations up onto Titans, and I feel like they just went into that game to just frag out.
It was a good one, though. You have to admit it. For them to bring in that sort of action, oh, man, we just love to see it. As the gatekeepers of that 16, of that top 16, I'm telling you, they've said 16 is not enough. They want to be 15, 14. Who knows how far they're going to be climbing in this week if they keep this up. That's going to be the key. We don't want to just have these one-hit wonders. We want to see that consistency moving in to the rest of the day. But, of course, Titans making an appearance. More Esports as well. Good to see them picking up those eliminations. They had a very tough battle between RUKH for them to be able to not only survive that, even pick up a couple of eliminations. Then just off of that rotation, unfortunately, they actually fell to Titans. TIMEOUT didn't even get that rotational hit. So it happens, but it is good to see these teams making an appearance. Let's take a look at that second page just to see how it whittles on down.
From 6th place down to 10th place, if not even 12th, are teams that went down on that southern skirmish. All of them were on that south. It was so chaotic on there that I'm like, what exactly is going on? Wave Esports in 9th position with 4 points, CRYPTICS with 3, Black Hand coming into the party to be party poopers, but the players there from Titans were not having it. Going out with 1, Triple Esports and Blackjack Esports. Blackjack Esports going out with 0 points. I don't like what I'm seeing here.
Same for Triple, right? Again, it just feels like off of that first week, we haven't had that dominance from Triple Esports. Normally, we would expect it in this weekend, but it just hasn't been really coming to fruition. They've had at least one good game where they picked up that winner chicken dinner, but it hasn't been that consistency. And this is what I'm saying. The one-hit wonders, while they are fantastic to see, while they are fantastic to listen to, we don't just want one-hit wonders. We want the consistent performances, because if you're not consistent, then you're going to have quite a tough time moving into the finals. But ultimately, that's the third map. Done and dusted. We've got 2 more left for some of the groups. They're not going to have those opportunities. So we're going to be taking a quick break as we prepare everything on the server and get ready for our second last map of the day.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Africa has been spicing things up, and I'm going to keep saying that because they are not disappointing. We had such a wild skirmish there towards the southern portion of Erangel, and now, well, guess what? We're going to be going straight back into Erangel. But of course, we know for some of the teams, this is going to be their last match of the day, as we will be looking at Mo Esports, RUKH, VISTA Gaming, and Titans. This is their last opportunity to pick up points, and of course, it's going to be right back on Erangel. So they shouldn't be, too shocked. They have already had their warm-up Erangel, maybe more so than one, and now they just need to close it on out.
Because they all know, last game of the day, I feel like Titan has been onto something, so maybe... I know Titans like to close the day with the bang, but it's game 4. I'm putting my money on Greedy for kills because I know like this is game 4. This is when we start to see Greedy wake up. So yeah, Greedy for kills. You have my money going into this game because of the consistency. But yeah, we're heading into Erangel, and then we'll be heading into Sanhok to close things up. But into Erangel, those teams mentioned by Ez would be sitting out as we're going to be getting things started on this next Erangel game of the day.
It's going to be a fun one. I don't know. I'm liking what Titans are doing. I feel like they were pretty dominating. Even in that last little situation where they were in a 2v4, ultimately, they still managed to take one from Virtual Gaming, nearly taking a second one, nearly turning this into a whole different scenario, even as Puncher was the only solo. And of course, we had Teak over towards Miramar, nearly picking up all the eliminations by themselves. I don't know. I'm going to say Greedy for kills because they've been so quiet. I'm going to say, yes, they might be picking up the eliminations, but ultimately I'm going to hold a candle out for Titans. I think they are just building something else.
Yeah, one thing we know is Titan would always like to close the day with a bang. So yeah, Titan Gaming is there, but I'm just like, Greedy for kills? Nah, it's game 4.
Hopefully.
It's game 4. It's statistics. It is game 4. This is Greedy for kills coming through on game 4 to show us exactly what they can do. I'm not gonna lie, they have been quiet all day, which is not too surprising because I mean, of course we're talking about Greedy for kills here, so that is something I would really love to see. Titan Gaming though, this is the last game, which means they get to try to increase that lead that they have on that overall ranking. Currently sitting on 154 points, about I'm not gonna do the math, but it's about 9-8 points away from Black Hand, who's in second with 146. VISTA Gaming though, they've been putting up numbers, and right now we've already seen four teams breaching into that 100-point mark. So we know that going into this game, we're going to start seeing, a couple of more teams trying to breach into that 100-point mark, and even seeing timeouts there. Ooh.
Timeout, I'm telling you, they have been on something else, and it's really good to see because, as we know, they need to catch up to Virtual Gaming, right? But now, with Virtual Gaming having such a fantastic previous Erangel, I don't know how possible that's really going to be, but to just fight your Greedy for kills, a little bit of an idea here. Remember, this is Erangel, not Miramar. And Greedy for kills, they bring in those crazy eliminations. They bring in those crazy winner chicken dinners on Miramars, not on Erangels.
It's a game 4 thing. It's the thing about the number. It's the thing about the map. It's a game 4 thing. I promise you it's a game 4 thing. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just so confident because we've seen them do this not once, not twice. Right? They've done this so many
It's been
times.
the only consistent.
that's like our only very consistent. So I feel like in this game, Greedy, they are up to something. I would like to see them, pull up bang. And while I do that, this is the last game for Mo Esports. If Mo Esports is not able to capitalize on this, if they're not able to have a banger of a game, I'm talking about week 1 good game, day 1 good game, I feel like the top 16, they should just forget about it. So it's a GG well played.
It sucks for them, right? Because on this Erangel heavy day, because you've shifted up the groups, they don't actually get a shot at Sanhok. They don't get their Sanhok today. So normally we would be seeing them really bringing up the pacing, but hopefully now that we have so much water involved in the zone, they'll be feeling a little bit at home. A lot of greenery involved as well. Still that quarry, man. That quarry action was just wild, and now we are still going to be seeing a little bit of into this map.
Yep, and it almost are we really watching game 4 or are we watching game 3 again? You've got to let me know. Just so I'm aware, just so I'm sure, because right now that zone pushing all the way to that southern edge once again would be nice. Yeah, this time
it doesn't happen.
this time it's almost a repeat, but this one it bites more into the military base, right? It bites more. We see so much water in play for this one, so it's a little bit of a trouble when you start to look at it. But anyway, a couple of these teams will be finding actually none. All of them have to move into the circle.
Yeah, it's rough. Look, if we take a look at it, right, it's a 40-60 split between main island and military base island. So there is something to say that there's still a possibility we could still see that shift going towards military side. But at the moment, everyone with that flight path, they are still on that main island, and they're so far away from that zone that they can't even think about a rotation just yet. Hates also can't think about rotations because Hates just took a bullet to the face.
I believe we're now seeing phase 1 Mo Esports, and I did say going into today, we're beginning to see a decline coming through from them. This was not the Mo Esports that we wanted to see going into today's games, but sadly that is what we're getting at the moment. It's unfortunate, but sigh. I really hope they can still capitalize, make the most of it. But Vortex now also being isolated, maybe a little bit of a bait play because Wave Esports now, they seem to want this engagement. And I think this is what comes with being on the bottom of the leaderboards, because when a team gets that Thursday, see it's Mo Esports, they feel more confident to try to come for that push because they're like, it's Mo Esports. We've seen a couple of teams take them out. We can do the same.
There is that potential, of course. But ultimately, we're going to be heading on into this engagement. Vortex, once again, one of the few members to step up first here for Mo Esports, sending out a few of those welcoming nades towards Wave, hoping for that connection. Unfortunately, none of those nades have made a connection. Bum right up close here with Petrox. So this is a bit of an awkward engagement right for them. We've got Vortex and Petrox up close. We've also got Hansley just reaching on in from the far side. And with the trees obstructing their view, there's not really a good way for them to get involved. One Noct has already rotated on a round. Wave is slowly but surely just cornering them in.
Yep, and that is the last thing Esports want. I don't really see a way that they can get out of here. They do have smokes being deployed, which means they could get a vehicle and get out of there, but I do not know about their vehicle status for the time being. Side of Wave Esports still taking their time, understanding that there's a lot of angles they could get shot at from as they push in slowly but surely. Players there from Mo looking to go outside into the grass, trying to get themselves far away from the compound as possible. Hopefully they can get into the line of cover from one of their players there, as Bomb would spot the rotation from Gaddafi up the top of the hill. That is beautiful information gathering as Petrox will continue to come down the hill. He may have just seen that rotation come through from Bomb, and indeed it does. Now they have the memo, they know where the team is, and man, this is already looking like the beginning of the end for the side of Mo Esports.
It's a bit of an interesting one, right? It's not what we want to see. Obviously, we want to still have that storyline, that Dark Horse moving on in, just snatching the top 16 slot right at the end, right in the last match. But if this is the way that we're going to be ending off the Saturday worth of games, I'm very worried for the momentum, because we've said it. If anything, these teams need to try and keep their momentum, keep their mental fortitude. It is going to be a tough weekend to fight out for a spot in those finals if you haven't been able to do it in the previous weeks. Wave, slowly but surely, they are looking for a little bit more. They want more eliminations. One is not enough. They want this whole team.
Yep, and they would get yet another knock onto Vortex through the smoke, and nah, Hensley. I'm sad. But anyway, Wave Esports coming in for the full send. Bomb will be the last player left, having to hold his end in a 1v4 situation. I do not see him surviving that one any long. Or I don't see him surviving this one for long. It's that man just trying to see if he can hold his end. Wave Esports, they're not too sure if the whole squad is here, and this is how you know that they've done research, because they know Mo Esports is not a team that would normally play condensed, right? So they're not really expecting another Mo Esports player to be in this situation, because they feel like, oh, they're probably only one of those very long splits. It's only this one player that's here. They're probably going for the thirst, and even Bomb is also not making any moves, so it's only a matter of time. Provided Wave Esports decide to check for it before they find him. Oh, he does move. Shotgun in hand. We'll get one knock, and GG's.
That's a tough time here for Mo Esports, unfortunately. Like I said, I mean, in terms of the split that they were running, it really wasn't conducive for Hansley to actually even get involved. Because, yes, they've got that flanking position, but it's a bit too far. And the trees are going to be covering that opportunity. That line of sight's not there. So we will, unfortunately, have to say sorry, but we have a little bit of a replay. Vampires just managing to pick up at least one member there of Alpha Luigi, from Virtual Gaming rather, that being Alpha Luigi. And that does mean we are seeing a bit potentially of a decline in Virtual Gaming. So this would have been the optimal map. If you were in that bottom 4, if we can take out Virtual Gaming, then this is the best map for you to start getting points.
On the bottom 4 teams going up against each other, like what exactly is going on? Like, you're supposed to sabotage other teams, not yourselves.
Well, that's the best way to sabotage. First person,
Nah,
sabotage
bro.
the person ahead of you.
That's more like self-sabotage, because like all of these teams know where they stand, right? So it's just a situation of picking who you just feel like, you know what, I know I'm not going to be in the finals, but I don't want this team in the finals, or I want this team in the finals, try to select. Like I said, if going into tomorrow's games, if Titan has a very good game today, right, and they have a very comfortable lead, going into tomorrow's games, there's going to be Titans trying to decide who makes it into the finals, bottom teams also trying to decide who makes it into the finals. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to wait to see who is going to be bringing in that closer here for this wonderful, wonderful zone that we have. And already it's centered up just ever so slightly towards Ferry Pier, right? So we still have some Corey involved, and I think if it continues, we're going to have a very fun ending zone with that Ferry Pier coastline, with all of the buildings and the ridge lines that we have to work with there. Just imagine how chaotic it will end up being. But wait and see how that shift is going to be moving on in. There it is. I mean, so perfect. Ferry Pier right into the end zone.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're potentially going to get a city or a beach finish. It's one of the two. And there isn't so many playable area other than that little line. You see where Quarry is written? You can only play on that line as high ground, because there's only high grounds on that side. Every other part is barren land, or else you're going to have to either commit into Primorsk or start to hold some of the compounds on the outskirts. And, when you have 15 teams, or make that 16 teams in the lobby, and only a couple of compounds and high grounds, you know exactly what we're setting ourselves up for.
We'll have to wait and see how it's going to be ending on up. Virtual Gaming, yeah, still going to be keeping an eye out on them, because they're still having to make that long rotation in from that northern side. And as we said, if they go down and out here, I mean, just imagine the opportunity for the likes of TIMEOUT when they do come back over towards Sanhok, for them to pick up some much needed points. It could be a different story. Also for Vampires here, they can make something happen. But now on the hunt, right up ahead of them, it is GREEDYFORKILLS. They are making this approach on into the northern side of the zone. Pretty well spaced out, honestly. They have just up ahead of them GREEDYFORKILLS, of course. Just to the side of them, it's a little bit of a split between Wave and the Mind Weapon. CRYPTICS, they're liking this coastal line finish. They're already practically on the beach here over towards Primorsk and heading on into the zone.
Titan, though, deciding to come into the zone from that military island. We see them driving across the Novo Bridge right now, trying to make their way into the circle. I'm concerned, but I really want to see what they've got in mind. I keep saying it, at this point, whatever Titan Gaming does, I think it's just according to a plan. It just feels like they're playing textbook right now. Like, it's almost like there is no change. Whatever happens, this is planned. This is exactly what we plan to do. What Lag Esports is not planning is to lose one player on this rotation. Raad claiming that elimination swiftly. Right now, these two teams can go toe-to-toe at it, because there's no triple Esports to come sweep both of them. to see how they'll hold.
It hurts, right? Because we saw this fantastic performance from Lag over towards Miramar in that wild coastal line finish. And they were just bringing in a whole different energy. I mean, they were taking on 3-4 teams like it was nothing, picking up eliminations left, right, and center. And now we don't necessarily get to see that. Knight going out, being one of the last members that was alive in the previous Erangel. So it's almost like everything's turned on its head. Hopefully, the results will do something similar.
Uh-oh. Self-nade.
No. Why?
Did you get it?
No.
Right? They're not quite reacting to it yet because they definitely saw it and they heard it, but they're not capitalizing on it. That is sad. Okay, now they are. Oh! NIQ!
Yes!
With a pre-nade, able to get 2 players down from Ra'ad, and Lag Esports are not going to sleep on that one. NIQ coming in for the push. UMP in hand, looking for the knock, comes through, catches the revive, and another player would go down. Ra'ad. The tides just got turned and they are close to the beach.
I like that. I mean, as soon as you want to try and get in, just denied. No entry for you. Sorry, you didn't get an invite to this party. But they're going to be hearing all of this commotion, all heading on into Lag. Potential opportunity here to pick up a little bit of something. It's going to come down to the timing, though. Again, this is all happening here towards Ferry Pier, center of this wonderful zone that we are going to be looking at. Already, it has moved on off of Promosk, so CRYPTICS are also going to move on in and have to make an approach. And we were talking about Titans, right? That approach there from Military Base Island, they moved on into that eastern bridge line. Now they've unfortunately had to find the likes of URUS, but fortunately for them, they have been picking up those eliminations already up with 2. Should be able to get the res onto Puncher, and they still have that timing and that space to move into the zone. And what's even better for them is there's no one on that bridge, because why would anyone be thinking there's still a team moving on in from the Military Base Island?
I feel like Titans have realized that there's one thing this lobby does not really know how to do. It is handle surprises. No, Raouf, no, that's not how the vehicle doesn't work that way.
Man, he's taking a swim. He doesn't want to deal with Titans on the bridge.
Then with the vehicle.
Oh, we like to see it. We like to see it. RUKH Esports, they're moving on in for the finish here against Wave Esports. Already finding that first shot. Duffy trying to get into the vehicle. Wanted to get out of there, but it's a bumper bash. Here we go. Battle cars just working out the way here for Wave Esports. RUKH Esports have moved in. Petrox down. It's only a bit of a hope. And unfortunately, that hope was not enough. Wave, goodbye.
RUKH Esports literally said, let there be chaos. And that is what they came in for. Look, he hit Gaddafi out of the vehicle. But anyway, here comes them onto the side of the world of battle, and they would clean things up. 7 elims. And the side of RUKH Esports beginning to awaken that. Oh, wait, here comes Greedy. Here comes Greedy. A run over will come through. Or make that Zoxy's knock to get that one player. And RUKH Esports out just before we can give them their flowers.
This is just stupid. What is it with Erangel today? We had this towards the south, just 3rd party, 4th party, 5th party. What's going on? Now we're having bumper cars over towards the northern side of Erangel. It's not an arcade, friends. This is PMPL Africa. What are you doing? But hey, GREEDYFORKILLS. They're just practicing for VIKHVND. You know, they're getting themselves ready.
And this is what I'm saying. Like going into the final, day of this phase. Teams will start to get a little more comfortable. They start to get, you know what, let me try this. Let me try that. It starts to become more and more confident plays coming through from these teams. So anyway, I thought Smash Team was going to come in for the 3rd party, but it looks like they would go in for that gate keep as that zone would move up, cutting a little bit of that Ferry Pier City out. And here's where it starts to become troubling because it might just be an open field finish. But man, Smash Team and Greedy looking to share this compound or assert dominance on this compound.
I don't know, man. I thought Friday was chaotic. I thought Friday we had seen it all. We had seen all of the shenanigans that these teams were planning. We had seen them do all of the crazy things, all of the silly things. But now, here we are. Once again, I'm going to be losing my mind. But that's okay. This is PMPL. This is what we want, and I am all here for it.
You know what makes it even better? There's one more game left, and it is Sanhok. The center of chaos in PUBG Mobile. I'm really looking forward to what is going on. We do have a lot of skirmish now looking to happen on that eastern side. as we see Titans now make their way into the circle. Vampires will be the receivers of the visitors right now. One knock already coming through as Yazan is down. Another player is going to be down for the side of Vampires as Titans come in swarming. Ninja is going to be the next to fall before the Cavalry is here. It does get taken out, and 6 elims up onto the Titans. One more elimination from the Titan, and you know that they are going to have an absolute banger of a game.
I told you can't sleep on the Titans. They've been building up to something. They wanted this last match of the day to be exactly what they needed to, because they had such a slow start, right? They didn't have an opportunity into that first matchup. So Teak, please don't prove me wrong now as Blackhand moves on in. Redox already finding a good angle, but now the knock is still there. They can still get that res. Blackhand still just deciding if they want to push in on this. I'm surprised that they're not absolutely full sending it. I mean, that opportunity on towards Titan is not going to last long. Puncher already busy with that res. Axer holding onto the high rise, waiting for that crossfire. And now this position, this opportunity might be out of bounds. Blackhand, they're dealing with a 3v4 here.
Well, one person dealing with higher numbers than him is going to be Rolex from Smash Team. He does look to be getting pushed by 3 from the side of Greedy, but he would go down. Now Greedy up to 7 elims. You've got Greedy fragging out on that northwestern side, and then you have Titan fragging out on that northeastern side. This is where you know everyone in the lobby should probably be shaking right now, because when these two teams start to go at it in game 4, which is Titan's last game, and game 4, which is Greedy's, pop-off day or pop-off game, you should be scared.
I have to agree with you. But they're in a little bit of danger here. You could be seeing that first knock come through. However, they are in total up against a 4v2 situation here. So for Virtual Gaming, once again, I mean, this is the map almost immediately, right off of the back of such a momentous previous Erangel, that winner chicken dinner. They've been reduced down to only 2, only with 1 elimination, and they're not yet in that top 8 to secure themselves some placement points. So if they go out here, it is not going to be the follow-up that they were wanting.
Yep, definitely not. VISTA Gaming out here in the background, taking some shots towards the side there of Greedy. We're making things a little bit hard for them. We're about to get yet another zone shift. This would be the ultimate factor to determine how this game will end up, as Greedy would lose 1 player. The zone does center up no man's land, as everyone now has to play across the dips. Side of Titans now have decided to push up onto the side of Blackhand, up on that eastern side, and this is where Blackhand would regret not pushing up onto them. The clean wipe is coming in through. Storm, the last player left, will get spotted in the smoke, and the Titans already up to 9 elims. And this is why you push up to the Titans. You see, Blackhand, you did not get the memo. If you pushed up onto Titans and you got the elim, you have set yourself for the team of today. You kill the Titans, you have a good game. But you don't kill the Titans, you don't have a good game.
They didn't get the memo, neither did Virtual Gaming, unfortunately. Now reduced down to only 1. We can see those eliminations. Just look at it. Every single member of Titans is in the lead for elimination count. The individuals are stepping up to a whole different level. And I agree with you. Everyone in the lobby should be shaking in their boots, especially Hazem here from Rahad, holding once again very similar position to where we saw Mo against RUKH in the previous matchup. They've been holding on. They've gotten that double nade before. Now they need to deal with the mind weapon.
Max just moving out of place in just a matter of time, but yep, the burn is going to get sent through one way or the other. Max is able to stay alive. That man has got quick reflexes, but Azem now having to hold his end in this 1v2 situation, at least 1v2 for the time being, given that the rest of the mind weapon are not quite in the vicinity. There is imminent third party coming in through. For the mind weapon, they need to go for this push up the stairs, but they understand how tricky it could be.
It's going to be a fun one. I don't know if we're going to be seeing that double nade coming to their savior again in this situation. Hazem up into that 1v3. Thankfully, only really dealing with 2, as we do have Delhype holding on to a flanking position, trying to get information on the rest of the teams moving on in closer and closer. A jump out of the window might need to be what happens here, because this is going to be it. The mind weapon, they want to send it up those stairs. Shot's going to be fired on through, clearing the angles. Nice. It's a quick sweep. And again, 1v2 situation. It's understandable.
More Esports trying to third party in that engagement, or maybe not, because Hansley is just out there relaxing. I thought he was trying to get a third party angle, but no, he's going to stay true to his position, trying not to expose himself. On the shorelines, the CRYPTICS would find URUS and send them back into the lobby. But man, like Esports, they're looking nice though. quiet once more. GREEDYFORKILLS now having to face up against the Titans up on the north. This might just spell the end.
Honestly, I am just liking the fact that the Titans are moving in from that northern position, because if we do get that finish over towards the coastal line, in terms of the angles they have to work with, I think it's right up the alley here for Titans. I mean, they're already taking on GREEDYFORKILLS, and there it is. You said it, GREEDYFORKILLS is match number 4. Sorry, no. Titans had other plans.
Hey, I'll take 9 elims and the 7th place finish. You know, that's still quite a number, a couple of points put up on board, and it still means my theory is right, because game 4 is where we start to see Greedy put up good numbers, and it makes sense because, you know, game 4 G4 and then GREEDYFORKILLS G4K, it kind of goes, you know.
That makes sense. I mean, yeah, it works, right? But now the challenge here for Titans is, of course, Mazzaro or the rest of Vista Gaming, as they've moved on in. Looks like they are going to be sticking to that western side, already heading into that zone. And now we need to wait and see if they're going to be finding this engagement. Vista, they're very isolated. There's Mazzaro down and out for the count.
No.
And now Vista in trouble.
Titans, you cannot do this. One player down for the side of Vista, it's Mazzaro, not the player you want going down. And Abud now, very low on HP. Tick has that memo, but is he going to full send on to that one? The Titans, they are absolutely having fun. And I said it, once Titans hit that 7 elimination mark, they're almost unstoppable from there on out. So if you want to actually get rid of the Titans, make sure you get rid of them when they have 2 elims, or maybe 1, or maybe 3. Because by the time they hit 7, it's just Titans from there on.
This is getting very dangerous here for the rest of the team. CRYPTICS, they've managed to move on in, and now they're helping out Titans, reaching across, but Beske, nice trade up there to at least just force CRYPTICS back and give them some spacing to work with. However, is it going to be enough for them to get out of the situation? I'm not too sure. Now, hunkered down in the shelter. We can see Mazzaro still knocked out. Marshall could be shooting on through. There it is. Eflex actually finding that hit on towards Mazzaro. So lag, they're tuning on in. And for Vista, I think their days are numbered.
And Titan Gaming have pretty much realized that they have the entire north to themselves. So you could just see them holding a long split going on. Axa does get spotted up on that eastern side, and we can instantly see the rest of the squad getting into vehicles, trying to head towards that eastern side for the support. The mind weapon now, if you know who you just knocked, you should be bracing yourselves, because it's about to go down. A lot of these teams that are still out here in the city of Ferrypay needs to start moving. There's only a couple of compounds and buildings that are still in that circle, as the mind weapon anticipate this push coming through from the side here of Titans.
This is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Which way is it going to be pulling? I'm not even sure. Because for Vista Gaming, right, if anyone does push on into that territory, we could say goodbye to them. But now, look at this happening towards Titans. One member going down, and it is going to be Axa. The rest still holding on. Puncher taking shot after shot, somehow staying alive. But all of a sudden, they are feeling a lot more defense and a lot more retaliation coming through from their rotation here from the north. It's going to come down to that zone. If it shifts up towards the north, I think that's it. I think that's a Titan game confirmed and out. If it does go down to the south, I mean, take your pick. We've got the Mind Weapon, we've got the likes of Lag, we've got CRYPTICS still involved, even Hansley here from Mo still holding on.
And you can still say Titan Gaming, because like I said, I feel like they have just so much momentum going on right now that losing one player is not going to really affect them. I mean, Poncha is already sitting on 4 elims. How else do you want to stop this man? But anyway, we look forward to seeing this zone shift. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Lag Esports, playing very passive, but they're still in the elims, getting up to 6 eliminations at the time being. I don't think any of those eliminations were from their own knocks. They just kept on taking those eliminations from time to time. So that is nice to see, as everyone is anticipating this next zone shift. I am very anxious. If it goes to the north, that's a GG's.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh,
come on.
GG's.
Come on. GG.
Yeah,
GG. We know what's happening. We don't even know what's the rest of Erangel. We know exactly what's going to happen. Every single team, let me just spell this out for you. We've got 6 teams left. Every single one of them need to move into Titan territory. They need to go into Titans if they want to have a shot at that winner-winner chicken dinner. So now everyone starts to scramble. Everyone starts to worry. We need to move. We need to get out of here, but we can't do that. We've got so many neighbors to deal with. How are any of them going to let us pass?
That is the question in mind. I just want to know who. It's a question of who goes out first. Who goes out first Do the Titans take out CRYPTICS first? Oh, Hansley though does look to stand up, get a couple of knocks through, but will not get any elims as it does get taken out. But CRYPTICS now, they're realizing they have to take this fight onto the side of Lag Esports. But El Chapo and Senke are down. Oh, sorry, El Chapo and Marshall are down as they have to get revived back up. A9Q though gets the memo, goes in for the jump shot, through the smoke to find the shots, but will not quite find any. Lazy Boy, he's got the LFG in hand, puts it in the damage, will get one player down, but he does get traded back on. Revive is up through, El Chapo is able to get one more player down. Marshall is still down, but he flexed the last player left. Wood gets spotted in the smoke, and down he goes.
Just straight up into a two-way crossfire coming through from CRYPTICS to find that last member of Lag. So a nice, easy close here for CRYPTICS, at least with the numbers advantage they had at play. What's worrying me though, right, is look at what Vista's doing. They split up. It's 2v1, 2 towards Titans. We got It's a Boot just holding on, getting information. You can see already reaching across, maybe getting a couple of shots in. And this is where it starts to get dangerous, because we've seen Vista and Titans go up. They were literally in the top 2 in the previous Erangel.
Yep, the Mind Weapon have now wandered into the Titan territory, like we're going to call it right now. Vista Gaming, one way or the other, able to survive. They're still in a couple of elims as they start to look towards the side of CRYPTICS, who are looking for an exit into that next zone, or make that an entry into the next zone. They're losing players one after the other, and I think this is where they might have to start to count their numbers and realize who they're going to take out. CRYPTICS, though, sending grenades onto the side there of the Mind Weapon as they're finding a way into the circle. El Chapo is going to go for the deadly drive, losing a lot of HP, but he would make it. Titans putting in a whole lot of work as El Chapo continues to find Del Hart behind the tree, but the Titans will take him out. It is their territory, it is their cave. Mind Weapon out of the equation, and CRYPTICS might suffer the same one, and I think they just did. Titans already up by 14, 3 more players to go, and they might just make this a 17 elim winner chicken dinner. They get that zone once again.
Vista Gaming, now they've managed to get themselves into this top 2 placements, so at least they guaranteed the placements. They've already picked up 6 eliminations, but now they're going up against the full force here of Titans, who have already been on a ball. They've been on a roll, man. They've been holding on to every single team. They've been taking every single elimination, every engagement that they've been taking. They have been winning with next to no losses. So I think this is it. I think we've called it. Titans are looking for that winner chicken dinner.
Anyway, Vista able to get one knock back, but it's Abud. His toes have been spotted. He's spitting white at the moment. It's only a couple of shots. Matter of fact, just send a couple of bullets towards his location and he might just get knocked. Vista, though, Cacao doesn't seem to have any meds at the moment. This is something we've been seeing so far this phase, that no one seems to have the meds. P6, the thirst does look to be coming through, and the Titans looking to find those last players there from Vista Gaming. Abud's foot does get spotted by Puncher. One more player left for the side of Titans as they look for that last player, Cacao, in the floor. Not too much HP to work with. There's only so much you can do. It's only a matter of time. Sees the pixel in the grass, and the Titans end up their day with a bank. 17 elims and the winner chicken dinner. 2700 damage done. I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
I'm just saying. I called it. Right. You can't sleep on Titans. I'm just saying. Like, the way that they have been going, the way that they had such a tough start to the day, they came back immediately, picked up wild eliminations. And they have been that team that has not even thought about placements, right? They have been that team that doesn't even care about placements up until this point. So far, it's just been eliminations that has been making them that top team, that has been getting them that #1 spot on the overall rankings. And now, the one match that they actually get 2 zone places in a row, maybe not 3 actually, they got 3 zone places in a row. That's over, man.
I mean,
it's over.
Clear out the north, that is what they did. And the instant we said it, once that zone goes to the north, that is a GG well played. And I think many of the other teams just really sent it into Fairy Pier a little too early, because everyone felt like this is probably a Fairy Pier zone. They wanted the city finish, and they're not even casters. But anyway, everybody went into the city, and when it now got to the time to get out of the city, that's when it became a huge problem, because when Titan is gatekeeping, that is a huge problem.
Absolutely, but let's go take a look at those wonderful highlights. Welcome back, everybody. That was our fourth match of the day. That was our last Erangel, finally, of the day. We are done with Erangel. It has been a long journey, but these teams have been keeping us entertained with all of this shenanigans, man. Just shenanigans, straight up. But thankfully, we just got a little bit of a recap, and now we need to take a look at those match rankings to see where everyone ended up. I think we know where Titans ended up. I don't know. Kraus, where do you think they ended up?
27th. Yeah, 27 points up on board is where they ended up, on the top of the board. And well, so much for trying to catch up Black Hand, because you know the Black Hand was the closest to them. Same thing I've said about Vista on that overall rankings for today. And I'm pretty sure Titans will just continue to push their lead up to the top. 4 teams getting double-digit points. Love to see that one, with Vista Gaming finishing in second place. I'm glad to see Vista Gaming were able to get at least a decent amount of points going into this final game for today. CRYPTICS able to show us good performances today. I love it. I like the fact that I can see that there is still that CRYPTICS that can actually play this game very well. TEAMLAG putting in damage up on board. RUKH Esports also putting in damage up on board. The Mind Weapon also putting in work. Maybe not too much, but I like it.
I do like it. You know, it's a good spread of eliminations. Obviously, Titans just make everyone else look bad, honestly, with those double digits. I mean, shame on you. But let's take a look at the second page to see who is going to be visiting the donut shop and keeping us company. Grounds, we only get to welcome Black Hand and Smash. What a weird combo.
Again, Black Hand not quite showing us the Black Hand we wanted to know or wanted to see. We're beginning to see what they pulled off in phase 2 come again out here in phase 3, you know, and this is not something I would really want to see. But more Esports putting up 2 points on board again. Like I said, I feel like at this point, I don't know, I'm counting them out of the race already. Virtual Gaming Squad, they did do good numbers, but right now I don't really think there is anyone who has that interest of instantly overtaking them at the moment, because Vampires not quite putting up good numbers up on board. The side there of Virtual Gaming Squad not quite putting up numbers up on board. Smash Team ain't even doing better. You know, I'm like, I don't want to call it, but I look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't want to call it, but at some point we're going to have to talk about it, right? But we'll keep that for tomorrow. For today, we're just going to be focusing on all of the wonderful greenery that we get to work with, which is a triple dose of Erangel, which is now done and dusted. And right after the break, we get that wonderful rumble in the jungle. So stick around, get some popcorn, get some drinks, because this is going to be a wild ride. It's the last match these teams are going to be gunning out. We'll see you now. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more map, and it is, of course, going to be Sanhok. So there is a wild, wild map right around the corner, especially if we consider all of the shenanigans that we've just seen on Erangel of all maps. Now we're going to just condense that down to only a 4x4 block radius, and we're going to be telling the teams that, well, this is your last match of the day. This is your second last day of this week before we head into the finals. So you can imagine they are pumped and they are ready to bring the action.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna call it today. I don't expect to see it now, but tomorrow I feel like in Sanhok we're gonna get a bootcamp hot drop. So I'm not expecting a bootcamp hot drop going into this one, but I'm expecting these teams to show me craziness going into this Sanhok game. One thing I know is we will start up slow. Maybe we'll only get that regular hot drop in the Paradise Resorts, but from there on out, after that is done, we're going to get a very crazy zone. Matter of fact, I want to call it. I think I want a Camp Alpha zone up the top of the hill.
That would be fun. Look, I'm a bit biased. I like Cave on Sanhok. I just think it's wild, and I think the teams really suffer, so it's funny for me to watch.
You don't get
but
it.
I don't know. It's fun, man. It's just fun to see the teams having to deal with Cave, especially if we center on into Cave. Then it's a bit of chaos. But we're going to have to wait for the zone gods to decide how much chaos they're going to be bringing to the Sanhok, because they've already brought enough chaos, I would say, to Erangel, to Miramar, to all of the rest of the maps. So now that we're going to be going to a smaller map, these teams maybe need a bit of a breather. I don't expect that's what they're going to be bringing to the table. But we also have to talk about which teams we're going to be thinking is going to be rising to the top. We just had Titans now bow out their last match, done and dusted for the day. Heading into this one, we're not going to be seeing Mo Esports. We're also not going to be seeing RUKH and VISTA Gaming. But the rest of the teams, they are back and they are ready to make this last game count.
Black Hand Chicken. I call it.
Oh, said it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I
So
put
it's
my
just like
money on. Yep, Black Hand. Winner chicken dinner. They're a team that knows how to play Sanhok, so I'll keep my eye out on them, see what they can do. Titans, 181 points up on board. Love to see that one. Black Hand with 146 points currently. Since they can only overtake the side of VISTA Gaming, I don't see them getting any closer to the side of Titan. Rookie Sports on 102. Love to see them there. Oh, and triple. Finding their way into the top 5. Love it.
All right. All of a sudden, we might be seeing Titans. I said it, man. They were irritated. They were tired of Black Hand just at the end of the day, stealing the slot. So he said, you know what? We're going to make this one tough for you. If you want to be able to take it this time, you need about like 30 plus points. So good luck doing all of that in a single match. So I don't think we should be expecting any massive upsets just yet. VISTA Gaming, also good to see them so consistent into this one, right? I mean, managing to get ahead of Black Hand, it's not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Look at that spread. You know what they say, the Skittles has been open all over the map. No hot drops. Love to see that one, but everyone is spread out. I don't really see this too often, but this is very weird. Like, what? Everyone is spread out to the center of the circle.
It's respect, man. It's for now respect, because we know that's going to change up as soon as that zone shift comes in and the teams have to make those rotations count. But hey, at least for now, they got plenty of space to work with, opportunity to loot on up. We do see at least one member potentially heading towards Paradise here just to scout things out. I don't think they should be getting involved, as it's only a one piece from the mind weapon, but we'll have to wait and see if they do move on in all the way. And in terms of the rest, there are a few stragglers, a few scouts that are running and getting a little bit of information onto the rest of the POIs, but they're not necessarily full sending it, and they're not pulling in the rest of the team to make that happen now. It's way too early. Everyone wants to have a good last game.
Yep. Everyone wants that last game. The Mind Weapon looking to have just one player around that Paradise Resort, but we're not getting that Paradise Resort hot drop, as the side of Virtual Gaming Squad have decided to go all the way to Painan this time. GREEDYFORKILLS will be deciding to walk in the footsteps of the Titans as they go over to the ruins, and not for any other drop locations that would normally see them. CRYPTICS up there on the north, nothing too out of the ordinary. Timeouts looking to have a little bit of fun on the outskirts of Mong 9 and also the outskirts of Paradise. Rookie Sports on the top of the ban area. Quarry, we've got some of the... Whoa, what is this split coming through from URUS? But anyway, URUS having a couple of players out there. Come Charlie. And everyone's just all across the place. It's pretty much a nice Sanhok zone. But with nice Sanhok zones, you know it's going to lead into chaotic finishes.
It just has to be that question of which team is going to be the one causing the chaos, right? Because we just had Titans drop a 17 elimination bomb, right? That was on Erangel. Whether or not you can make that happen or make something close to that happen on Sanhok, I feel like you've set yourself up brilliantly for Sunday. It doesn't matter if you're a team that gets a double winner chicken dinner in today, if you've already had success and now you're going to double down on a map like Sanhok, wild times, right? Wild times. So would love to see who that team is going to be and who might be stepping up to the plate. But we know there's a few teams for us that we want to be keeping an eye out, right? Vampires, we need them to make a play here. We need them to pick up some of the pacing. Mo Esports, they're not going to be having that opportunity, unfortunately, to make something happen here for the likes of TIMEOUT. Also, we would like to see them picking up some pacing. And then Smash, I don't know, man. Smash has been... I don't know. Just smash it out. Just go smash all the teams into the corner and take them out.
I'm going to say this. Blackjack Esports played this game this time. I really hope to see them stand up and put up some points up on board. We've not really seen them put up the best of performances today. And this is what we're talking about, Blackjack Esports. Not usually having good performances heading into the final 2 days of the phase. They begin to start to drop points. So I would really like to see them not continue on that downward trend as we see the side of triple running into the mind weapon on that rotation.
Love to see it. Gonna have to wait to see what is gonna come from it. I mean, Crowns, you know, we talk about it. For teams now to make something happen into the last week, it's already tough. For teams now to try and make something happen, or to make everything happen on the last day, you don't have that opportunity. That's why we start to talk about, you know, those sabotage plays. We start to talk about, well, if it's too much of a challenge, if it's too much of a gap to try and close out to get yourself at that top slot, let's see you know, make it a little bit tougher for the rest of the teams. Maybe even fight out for that VIKHVND slot, because that's still available. I mean, the overall standings for this week haven't been that wild just yet. I still think there's a bit of a change-up that can happen.
And it's Easter, you know? That's what it's about.
Hunting
Backstab
weekend.
people. Yes, sir. Hunt, backstab, sabotage, do all of it. We'll take it. We'll
Mistakes.
accept it all. Vampires, and this is one thing I like. I like the fact that going on, we've been in this game for quite a while. No one started the fight yet. Everyone is relaxing, just going on rotation. 64 players still alive, which means we've not lost any players so far. So, yes, let us go. Because by the time this zone starts to condense, everyone's going to be taking shots at everyone. And that is what I want to see. A chaotic way to finish off the day that is already chaotic.
Absolutely. But I mean, looking into the zone and holding on to the spots that we do have, especially towards the center, I mean, you're especially looking at Quarry, you're especially looking at boot camp. Definitely a good opportunity. And I mean, speaking of Quarry, look at this. URUS already moving on in. A little bit of an opportunity. Arab Golden reaching across. We've got RUKH Esports there towards Quarry as well. Just keeping an eye out on the high rise, waiting for teams to make that rotation in. And Triple is sort of backing off from boot camp, right? They're heading a little bit closer towards that center position, maybe aiming for the position RUKH are currently holding. So we might finally start to see a little bit of action as teams are going to start getting, you know, a little bit shifty. They want a few new potential opportunity, few points of real estate. URUS needs to be very careful. This reach across from Arab Golden could definitely take them down a peg.
Everyone's just out here taking shots, making noise, and I like it. You know, gather information, go to get to know who's around you, take a couple of shots, and I'm down for it. Early engagement that is not early engagement, just continue to take on shots little by little, because by the time we get into that final circle, or when we start to have the circle condense, that's where things start to get crazy. We already start to see teams getting closer to each other, and you can already tell that CRYPTICS, TIMEOUT, and this idea of the mind weapon, they're all just hanging around the outskirts of paradise, hoping to hear a hot drop. But that hot drop did not happen. So which means the third party that they're looking to come in for is non-existent.
I do like this zone shift, right? Just centering on up, we're giving a little bit more playable area. We're really involving a lot of those hills and high tops. So a lot of terrain, a lot of dips, a lot of valleys these teams get to work with. And I mean, again, Triple Esports, they're holding a wonderful center position. RUKH has a bit of high rise that they're going to be holding onto, potentially using that to punish URUS and Lag or Arab Golden if they decide to move on up. Blackjack coming through from the outskirts alongside Vampires and the world of Vassal. Then over towards the north, it is Black Hand and CRYPTICS that are going to be our last few teams to get themselves into the zone. And they don't even have a Vespa. They just have to run. Oh, there's a Vespa. There's the Vespa.
You just had to call the Vespa.
It's always the
Vespa.
Vespa, man. I'd rather the Vespa than that other weird. There's a little like.
I'm
tiny
gonna
car.
remember the name.
What is it?
Something Ashi. Tuksha.
Whatever that thing is, no,
The
not
three-wheeler.
that thing. Rather
I
just
feel-
take the Vespa, please.
I feel like every vehicle that has 3 tires in PUBG Mobile
It's a bad idea.
is a bad
just-
idea.
It's a bad idea. Don't.
You know, there's the 3-wheeler of death on Erangel. Don't ever try that. And then there's the Tuksha. I don't know. Chat. What's the name of the 3-wheeler? You know, where I come from in my country is called Keke. But I don't know what it's called out here.
That just means something very bad in my language. So
Oh.
that is enough of a
that
sign.
sums it up.
Blackjack Esports finding vampires here. I said it. They're coming through from that outside line. And now this is an opportunity either for vampires or Blackjack
Running.
Esports to set themselves up a game. And we've been waiting for vampires to make something happen.
Yep, and they're looking to make it. Oh, run over. Coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports, but they will get traded on out as Zik would also fall to Savage, who's not having any of the drive arounds that is happening right now. Stop on the off angle will get spotted. The instant thirst to follow as Blackjack Esports looking to get an advantage onto the side of Vampires going into this fight, but Hisk is about to receive a grenade, moves out of place just in time, and a self-molly from Savage. Things are not going quite all right for the side there of Vampires.
Ooh, Zeke. What
Oh.
a nade to reach across, but here comes Hisk just to do the exact same and the immediate thirst. So ultimately, I'm leaning toward Blackjack Esports here into this engagement, especially just the one ninja left alive, and unfortunately, no opportunity to be a ninja when everyone is going to be staring at your position. So we're going to be saying goodbye to the Vampires, good night as well, because that was their last map of the day. And we'll have to talk about Vampires and the other teams tomorrow. I don't want to set that tone today, but it's going to be tough.
I'm the only ninja that is allowed today, so sorry, ninja. There's only space for one. But anyway, we do see Black Hand trying to find a way into the circle from that western edge, but Greedy, just right there on the top of the bootcamp hills, would be here for a welcoming party for the side of Black Hand. And given that all they've got is the little bikes and their feet, I feel like it's going to be a huge problem, especially when the likes of Greedy are looking towards your position in Game 5. Zone shift to the north.
Yeah.
the
I
south?
think it's going to be potentially centering up. Yeah, there we go. Just towards the outskirts of that boot camp area. So we still have that opportunity, but still, again, this terrain, these dips, these valleys, these rocks that you only have as your one form of cover, it starts to become tough. We can see exactly that white boy getting reached all the way from Wave Esports, and they do so from that northern side. So unfortunately, not that opportunity really to make anything happen here. We'll have to wait and see if the turnaround is going to be there, because Wave Esports, yes, they're reaching across, they're trying to get some of those eliminations, but now they're out of the zone. And they've made their presence known to not only the Mind Weapon, but CRYPTICS as well.
And to an extent, I feel like looking at the rotations that the side there of Triple are looking to take, they might or may not actually hear all of those shots. But that being said, Black Hand already being gate kept on that western side, so that won't come in. Hopefully they can weather the storm. No pun intended. But anyway, the Mind Weapon out there on the north looking to hold up against CRYPTICS. As CRYPTICS making a lot of noise also, and they're also not fully in the zone. And this part of the circle, not really fun to share.
Not at all. Zuxi. Oh, nice little bit of a nade over towards Black Hand. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be tough. Black Hand, of course, they would like to be on the top of the standings, but to do so, they need to stay consistent, especially if Titans are putting up 27 points a games. And now they're feeling the brunt of the action as GREEDYFORKILLS are moving on in. They didn't have as much of a performance as they would have wanted to on game number 4, so maybe they can make it happen in game number 5.
Hopefully they can, but with GREEDYFORKILLS looking to push up onto their position, things are not looking for. And the shots from behind from Plaza will not quite connect up onto Nosa to take him down as the push would come through. Shot onto the face, Red Dogs gets the knock. Going in for the push up onto Zoxy, cannot find it, and Black Hand go out once again to a visit to the donut shop.
Ish. I do feel bad for them, man. I'm telling you. But oh, what else did we jinx? CRYPTICS coming on, rolling in, only down to a Chapo here, and it has to get the res moved on in. At least the rest of the mind weapon has moved on out. It's only one player left, and they're not in the vicinity. So, oh, I mean, that was the skin of their teeth that they've managed to survive that one. But speaking of that last member here from the mind weapon, yeah, in terms of options they have left, let's hope they haven't been spotted by Wave.
Man's just started chilling in that little shack. Anyone who walks into there, I don't know what to say about it, but you're most likely going to get taken out. As we start to see Wave Esports maintaining social distancing from the side there of CRYPTICS, they're taking just shots from a distance, trying not to make too much noise, trying not to overextend onto that fight. And I think they have a little bit of an idea as to where Hamoud is chilling, but they're not sending any nades up onto that side, so they're still looking to be chilling out there as we're about to get yet another zone shift. RUKH Esports do have a very good position, and that zone shift would favor them. Smash team, now is the time to condense that split.
Oh, GREEDYFORKILLS relegated down to 2. Triple Esports, hello? What are we seeing being cooked on here towards the western side? They've already picked up 3 eliminations. Blackjack have picked up 4 on the literal opposite end of the zone. And now Triple, Icy moving on in, looking for those final few members. Ooh. There's the reach around. One shot actually going to be helping Triple out here.
And Triple Esports don't really like that help that they got, taking the shots towards that position. There's a bonding bike in that compound one way or the other, as one shot would go down. Reno's got a smoke to kind of give himself a little bit of cover, but Triple Icy hears those footsteps, hears him moving in that little compound, and he wants that healing. Virtual Gaming Squad not quite being very strong on that third party. More smokes coming out, a grenade, and the shots to welcome him. It's going to be Reno getting sent back into the lobby, and Triple Esports, they know exactly what just happened. Virtual Gaming Squad is here for a third party, and Kimo looking for that off angle as he starts to find that flank. But Virtual Gaming Squad now, smokes are the only thing that they can rely on to make it into the circle.
Triple Esports, I mean, that was a clean finish for them, so they're already potentially excited and ready to take this against a Virtual Gaming. And of course, we know that zone's going to be moving on in. A lot of shots now being fired, making this extremely difficult for Virtual Gaming to move out of that position. Yes, there's a bit of a turnaround, but we've got on the other side so close and contentious it is, the World of Battle and URUS Esports moving on in towards each other's territory. Ultimately, though, the World of Battle, they have the better numbers. But URUS, they need to make this one happen, otherwise they will not be moving into that next zone.
Lartha has an idea of where RUKH is seated, but CRYPTICS push up onto timeout at the same time. Hazard is there to get a knock, but his HP is drenched down very low. Senke also trying to get that heal off just simultaneously. Hazard pulls it up first. Here comes the push. TBS in the hands of both players, and everyone's just waiting. Pre-fires come through from Hazard, will not quite be able to get him. He has to stick that reload in. Senke, he hears it, but he knows that player can cancel it at any time. It's the ultimate DBS showdown coming through from both of them. The pre-fires are coming in through. Senke, one of those strong players, and we can just see timeout. Hazard, also a very strong player out here for the squad, holding up as a one-man army. Now, do not know, man. You can tell how cautious both teams are, or both players are, because they know the magnitude and strength of that weapon. But Senke is able to put 1 damage in. Hazard is going to make sure he gets that elim. Jumping around the sides, trying to buy himself a little bit of time, but the third party comes through, and CRYPTICS somehow, someway survive this with Senke.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see what Senke can do. These solos have been picking up some pacing in recent days. But now we take a look at that zone shift. It's going to be centering on over towards RUKH Esports. We've got Triple moving on in from the western side. Blackjack, meanwhile, they're picking up some good eliminations. They are tied with Triple Esports with 6 apiece each. So at this point, I feel like it can swing either way. It's going to come down to that next zone shift. We've got the World of Battle and Arab Golden still towards the south. And of course, just a lonely member here of Virtual Gaming who is in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's what happens when you try to third party a fight where you have no idea of what is going on without setting a way into the circle for yourselves. Blackjack Esports looking to find a way into the circle. They're out here on that eastern edge. Arab Golden on the south, catching a glimpse of the side of the World of Battle just right in front of them as they're moving up closely. Mohammed is able to hear those footsteps. And Azem now looking to get that little bit of scouting information done as the grenade gets sent out. Molotov will also get traded on too. But no knocks quite being found yet. Run over comes through from Azem, but he doesn't find it. The grenade from Rugo will find Mohammed and take him down as Broly now looking to push up closer. They know who they're up against. This is the World of Battle now. as Kron and Hazem look to fall back a little bit, trying to gather themselves a little bit of ground. But I don't know, man. Triple Esports, they might just come through for the third party.
I mean, Thor is sticking around, getting that information, right? Is going to be hearing these shots banging on out just on the other end of this hilltop. But it is a tough one to try and sell to Triple Esports. They're running that 1-3 split. So the one player that is going to be getting all of this information is, well, the one player. So without backup, I don't think they're going to be jumping into this one just yet. Maybe a bit of a cheeky reach across. So we'll have to wait and see. Smash now. Whew, this is a bit of a tough one. They're going to be moving on in from this northern side. They got Senke, the solo that's looking for any sort of eliminations just behind them. And of course, Wave right up ahead. A beautiful reach across here from Ilias. Now it needs to closer here for Smash.
This was bound to happen. CRYPTICS is putting in a whole lot of work. I'm talking about Senke trying to find the damage onto the side of Smash team. As Smash now get distracted from the side of Wave, but it's Triple to actually get all the eliminations in conjunction with that play zone. CRYPTICS though does get sent out. Triple already up to 90 lives. They're beginning to wake up. This is the Triple that we know on the map of Sanhok.
This is what we love to see. Triple Esports already up with 9. They might even make it a 10-piece as they just are looking for those double-digit potential eliminations. Blackjack Esports not far off. They still got their 6-piece. Oh, the turnaround here from Icy. If they can be able to get that, they will. There is the 10. And Wave will be saying goodbye. Such a quick turnaround. I mean, that could have gone either way.
Yep, it could have gone either way. This zone could have also gone either way, but he decided to favor up onto the side there of Triple Esports. But oh my goodness, it's going to be trouble for Arab Golden as Kron is here for the gatekeep. 2 players down for the side of Arab Golden. Eagle IQ looking to find a way into that circle, but this zone not helping matters. And that grenade also chunking down his HP very much. Takes a little bit of damage too as the full send is coming in through. He's trying to stick that first aid in, trying to buy himself a little bit of time. The first aid does come through. DBS in his hand looking for the knock, but too many numbers onto him. 7 elims for the side of the World of Battle, and we're down to 4 teams.
Oh, this is going to be a tough rotation on in. RUKH Esports now coming through from the southern portion, of course, right up ahead of them. It is a Triple Esports. Right behind them, it is also the World of Battle. And now we've got to deal with Blackjack Esports. This is going to be an interesting one. Depending on how the zone shifts, it might really give a good opportunity to RUKH. I mean, they've got the compounds, they've got the cover to work with. The Triple Esports, they got the sensors, man. Thor just sneaking on up, finding those pixels between the grass lines. And that's going to be Hisk almost immediately confirmed as well.
Such a beautiful spread coming through from the side of Triple Esports. So I'm not even surprised to see them doing this amount of work. IC already up to 5 elims. Now, this is the IC that was MVP in the first week. Whereas these Triple Esports been all day. We've been waiting for them. RUKH Esports finally deciding to take a couple of shots outside their building. But one thing that is helping the side of RUKH is just this compound that they've had all game long. 3 eliminations only, but man, they need to put up some more numbers up the board.
MG, what you doing out of the open, man? We're going to be saying goodbye to Blackjack Esports. And now we look at Triple Esports. Riding on high with 12 eliminations. The only other team still with full numbers, it is RUKH. They've got the compounds to work with, but now here come the World of Battle. This could be a good pickup for Triple.
Hopefully it is. Triple Esports, though, they lose 1 player up on that angle as they're down as a 3-man squad, but they have all sorts of line of sight onto the side of the World of Battle. Another player would go down to the blue zone for the World of Battle as they're trying to pull off that huge strat, but as we all know, it doesn't really work. The green smokes is what Triple sees, and they know that it is done on that end. They're the only ones that have the zone, as RUKH Esports now have to make it out of the compound. And with them making so much noise now, Triple Esports knows exactly where they're coming out from. Smokes are all they can use to get into that circle, and they will begin to make the run. Whoever gets knocked, they are going to be collateral damage. But the Triple Esports guys, they've got so many angles, and that looks like a full 6x scope on the scope there for IC, as is able to get 1 knockdown. They see through the smoke, they see all these players trying to make it in, but the shots will come through. IC would fall, but the trade is initiated, and it's just 2 players left, Kimu and Oldboy, to hold down the fort for the Triple Esports.
That's a 2-piece each, but looking at the zone, it's unfortunately not in favor of RUKH Esports. They have been pushed out of their great positioning, and they've been pushed out into the open. Now we are down to a bit of an equal footing here. Triple Esports or RUKH, who is going to be taking it?
Well, RUKH Esports trying to count their numbers, trying to get so much eliminations as possible. Molotov to send the burn, reduces the amount of places he can play, but it's a 1v1.
No.
Pusher, very low on HP. Does he have meds? That's the question in mind. He's got bandages, but no meds. Oh, RUKH Esports. They have to push up onto this one. Triple Esports, we see old boy doing in the damage. A slither of HP is all that is left for Pusher with no meds to use. His arm does get spotted, and Triple Esports get themselves one chicken dinner for the day. We ask starting the day, is this the beginning of Triple Esports? Is this the rise of Triple Esports? And they have come in today to answer that question, and indeed it is.
Whew, we love to see it. I mean, we just had a 17 elimination game from Titans with the winner chicken dinner on our last Erangel, and now Triple Esports has to follow up on the act, bring in 16 on a match like Sanhok. Of all maps to make that a possibility, I wouldn't call Sanhok as any one of them ever, but beautiful, beautiful showing here from Triple Esports. Again, just that zone shift. It's exactly like what we saw on Erangel, but let's go take a look at it. The highlights are here. You love to see it. Sanhok always brings the action, never disappoints, and of course these games have been so good today, Crowns.
Yep, very wonderful games, and it was brought to us by our one and only sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here in the PMPL. I really enjoyed what I saw there in Sanhok, given the fact that Triple Esports finally lived up to one of the statistics that we have of them. They're a team that happens to thrive in the map of Sanhok, and they were able to do that one well.
It's good to see it. Again, coming through with that zone shift, it was very reminiscent of what we saw on over towards Erangel. As soon as that shift was towards Triple, we knew what was happening. RUKH had to give up their compound. They were out in the open. They were forced out into the open. And, well, then for Triple, it was just about taking them down a peg. But there it is, 26 points in the pockets here for Triple Esports just in the last match of the day. Really going to help to bolster in the overall rankings for this phase. And then we got to take a look at the rest. The World of Battle, once again, making a good appearance in the top slots.
Well, hopefully I think that would be enough to see them the spots in that top 12. But I really like to see where they're sitting on the overall ranking. But that being said, Blackjack Esports able to put number up on board, 10 points. I'll take it. Given that they had bad games going into today, that works for me. CRYPTICS, I like the way they played today. I like the fact that CRYPTICS are showing us that we can put up numbers up on board. I like the fact that they finally adapted to the lobby and they're doing good numbers. Wave Esports getting them to 4. Greedy also putting up 4 up on board. Let's see that next page and see just how well the rest of these teams did. I know there is something I do not want to see on the bottom. It is Black Hand, it is Vampires, it is Lag, it is URUS.
Yeah, man, when you are going to be playing the way that you're playing, and with the way in which the rest of these teams have been playing, they've just been picking up the pacing. So it's going to happen at some point. We finally had a few more teams joining us in the donut shop. So I'm telling you, there must be some delicious donuts that are waiting for them, because we've got a few more visitors than we would want. However, last match, done and dusted for the day. And that does mean we are one step closer to closing off this week, to closing off the phases, to finding out who's going to be in the top 16 slots. Let's go take a look at those overall rankings and see where everyone is currently finding themselves. We already know Titans have secured themselves the top slot for the day. Finally, they have put Black Hand in their place.
No longer 1 point. Now there's a lot of points, separating them from second place. And that's VISTA Gaming holding 149 points. Up there, Titans, the only team to have breached over 100 eliminations. Love to see that one. 124 elims coming through from that team. These guys have been on a roller coaster of elims. We love to see that one. Black Hand out there in third, not quite getting the best of games. I think they only had one good game today. Triple Esports also making it all the way to fourth is very, very impressive. And I have to talk about RUKH, the World of Battle, Blackjack, Greedy. I really like these teams that I'm seeing on the top 8.
It's looking very good, and this is going to have a massive impact on the general rankings as well, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Moving on to the second page, however, for Phase 2, we know these teams still have to fight for their slot in that VIKHVND opportunity, and right now, it is CRYPTICS who have taken Mo Esports' slot, so they are the gatekeepers for VIKHVND this week.
3 points between them and Mo Esports. That's where it starts to become troublesome. And now when I look at this, it becomes a challenge for Mo Esports, because I said this before. When you look at the teams that are beneath Mo Esports, it gives you that it gives you that fear, like, is Mo Esports going to be able to keep these teams away from the top 12? Now we're looking at the teams that are right above them. And Wave Esports, that team that likes to be in the top 8 bubble. TIMEOUT, who has seemed to show us good games going into today. CRYPTICS, who are seeming to stand up. And RUKH, these are teams that are very, very hard to overtake. And I think Mo Esports is going to be hard to overtake just these guys. And that even makes it even harder for them to even overtake, you know, Virtual Gaming Squad on that general ranking.
It's going to be interesting, right? We have to wait and see what these teams are going to be bringing into the fray. But let's take a look at the last page to see, again, all of the teams have the same opportunities tomorrow. They have at least guaranteed 4 maps, potentially with the 5th map over towards VIKHVND. So for the likes of what we can see here, Arab Golden, the Mind Weapon, Vampires, Smash Team, we know they're fighting not only for this week, but also on those overall standings. And speaking of those overall standings, I can give a little bit of an update. When we started, Virtual Gaming was actually in 16th position as the gatekeepers to the general rankings. That has now shifted. Now it is the Mind Weapon currently sitting with 224 points, Virtual Gaming up with 231. We still have TIMEOUT, Smash, Mo Esports, and Vampires exactly in that order in our bottom 4. And then, you know, Titan and Triple Esports, they just wanted to make sure they were so close to Titans to follow up on their act that they are also the second team now, joining Titans with 500 points on the overall ranking. So there's definitely a shift, and unfortunately for these teams' crowns, the time is running out, just like the time is running out for us, it seems. We're going to be saying goodnight as we are done for the day, and of course we'll be joining you back tomorrow for 6 matches total with that extra VIKHVND. So make sure you join us. It's going to be the last day I get to cast with crowns, so please, we need your energy in chat.
Stop, don't say it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, tonight. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان